You are listening to Within Tolerance, a podcast for machinists by a machinist. I'm your host, Dylan Jackson of Protean Machining. And this week, I am happy to welcome two guests, actually. First up, Chris Zappettini. You know him, you love him, and you have brought a friend. And I'm really looking forward to talking to you, Jason Peterson. Welcome, Jason.
Hi, thanks for having me on the podcast. Yeah, hopefully it's a banger for you. I am the COO of a company called X2 Development Group based in Boise, Idaho. I'm also, co-founder and owner, partial owner of that company. And what we do is we make weapons. So if you go to x2devgroup.com, we make the ARX Light Fighter, a version of the AR-15. We make suppressors is where we started. So we have these flow-through suppressor designs. I would say we're very much a technology heavy company in the firearm industry. So we have many, many patents, and we are, working on making that stuff or partnering with or making those things go. So yeah, that's kind of the 10-second elevator pitch.
Awesome. Well, I am looking forward to diving into your backstory, but I would be remiss if we did not get an update from Chris, because it's been a little while since you're on the show.
Yeah.
Chris, how are you doing?
Terrible. It's been, and I don't remember, I was like, Mickey Jacobs, a friend of the show, posted that he got a couple Matsuras, and I was like, sick. It's like I was working on those, except for the last week and a half when, I've been in a pit of despair. And he was like, every day is a pit of despair. And that'd be a weird transition to be like, yeah, but my mom died 2 weeks ago. So that's really where it is. But that's kind of what happened.
That's what happened.
Yeah, it is what happened is, 2 weeks ago, my mom just unexpectedly died. Just laid down on the couch and never woke up, which is fucking so crazy. In the context of, and then around work and stuff was just really bonkers. It broke my brain, and my brain is still totally fucking mush. Yesterday was my first day back at work, and I almost immediately had a panic attack for a couple of reasons. One was they themselves are restructuring, and so they took a guy that was essentially head of the shop and elevated him to basically Jason's position. So his boss formerly was the COO, and now his boss is the CEO, the owner. And it is bonkers. And so the plan that we had initially come up with kind of changed a little bit. And that immediately, it was very overwhelming. And I had to go in the bathroom and hyperventilate and cry for a little while. And on top of that, the engineer, who I already didn't really get along with, was like, oh, well, all these parts then, and to be the thing that alleviated anxiety, leaving the project to go grieve with my family and stuff, was that the Friday before we lit the thing off and got 20 hours of runtime the first time, made all good parts,
which is huge.
It's massive. And that was the Friday before a long weekend. So we ran it all day. Before we left, I lit it off and came back. Nothing broke. Everything was good. All the parts measured good. And so Tuesday was a really good day until I found out my mom died. And that was really weird. At that same time, about an hour before I found out, he had given us a new model for a different part. That was part of the project. And he was supposed to be taking the changes that we had made to make a good part and incorporating it into their design. And I never ended up looking at him because it was just the last thing on my mind. And so I come back yesterday And he goes, oh, we need all these to be the A4 revision. And I was like, what the fuck is the A4 revision? He's like, oh, the A4, I sent it to you. And it's like, you sent me A4 for the full size, not for the compact. And he's like, well, yeah, like they're the same thing. And it's like, these are two different things. And he's like, oh, I'll get you the stuff. And then the changes that he made was like, why did you change this? Like, why did you change that? And I'm like, where did this come from? Because all of the changes that we made were based on what made a good part. And
right,
he's like,
you already had a bunch of issues with the model from the get-go with that project.
Yeah, exactly. And so we finally got to a point where like they ran that machine for 2 straight fucking weeks, you know, and they blew up one tool mostly from a misload. I hadn't gotten to the point of adding probing on the first stop to make sure that it wasn't misloaded. And like we just set calipers, like stick it out this far and you're good. And that was working and it worked, except one guy didn't do it. And then it blew up a tool, whatever. But for the most part, it ran for a week and a half without any issues besides that one, or 2 weeks. And like we were just cranking. And then you come back and it's like, well, they're bad. They're not, we need them to be to the A4. And it's like, what is this? And furious, like absolutely furious.
Like, why run them for 2 weeks then if he knew he was supposed to be A4? Like the whole thing makes no sense.
Well, no. And that's where like part of this. And so that guy, as along with somebody else at the company, is a reason for the restructure of this company, because they need product. And there's like this constant changes for like little bullshit that doesn't make any sense, where it's like, you start changing things that, and like Jason and I could get into this too at a certain point with X2. Cause like we did this with X2 also. I have too much experience with gun startups at this point where you get like way too in the weeds with the design and you're doing things that that you care about, but the market doesn't care about. And it's like, why? And so like they have like a 600 gun backlog, which is crazy. And it's massive.
I wish I had that.
Right? Exactly. Especially like the bottom, like the cheapest gun is like $2,000 or something. It's insane.
I need to hire their marketing team.
Probably should get you in contact with somebody over there. Cause like the dude is like a billionaire. Like it's crazy.
Although, I mean, well, we'll jump into it later, but we changed our business model a bit. Yeah,
for sure. And, but so, like all these changes and we cranking. Everybody was like, oh, this is good. And we're happy. And then I see the changes and it's like, this doesn't make any sense. This is going to create an interference. We made this change. We made a change to this thickness to make it good. And you added 12 thou to that. Why? And there was literally no reason. And so reprogram, make it interferes. And the engineer the whole time is like very combative about like just zero accountability for anything that's happening. Oh, like I sent him the changes for the model, which he didn't implement any of them. And he's like, well, when you said you changed it for manufacturability, I didn't realize I had modified the model. Right. And he's like, I didn't realize that was something that you wanted integrated into the model. Like, do you not understand how this fucking works? Like, what the fuck, dude? What are you talking about? Like, you guys are moving to a model, like the full FAI, like you want to do this the quote unquote correct way, where when you set up a part, you check everything before you fire it off. And it's like, we need the models to be good and accurate to what we're making. So like all these features that I changed need to be changed. And I had a conversation because we've all worked with people like this, where they're like, well, what did you change? And you're like, I changed this way. And they're like, cool, I'll do it. And then they change it different way. And it's like, why? Did you do that?
You couldn't have made it more simple for them.
Yeah. It's
and
like,
they continued to screw it up.
Yeah. Like one feature, it was like a slot, right? And I made it smaller, and it went from like whatever it was to like 320 radii on the end, and they're 80 thou apart. And he does inexplicably 330 and 70 thou apart. And it's like, why? Like, it's like, do you just have to have your fucking fingerprint on it that bad? Like, who cares? Like, you're losing the thread, and the company is actively going through a restructure because you guys can't get product out the door. And we went through 2 weeks of full production to now the machine hasn't ran in 2 days because we're back in like active development. And we went from, I was going to have 2 full parts in production by the end of this week to now we might go back to having 1 part in production. Cause I don't know. It was the most mind-blowing thing. So I'm redoing, like, we're essentially coming up with a new scope document from this point forward that is locking in their designs, and we're changing it, like the original contract, to like drop a part but add, like drop 1 part, add 2 parts or whatever, and like get a little bit more money out of it and some other stuff, and like also account for the fact that I'm taking like all of October off because the project was supposed to be completely done by now. But we spent like 2.5 weeks in active development of the part that was production ready. All of that, like, while my brain is just like a total fucking mess. Now it's like, I already wasn't looking forward. Like, I was in the group chat with you and Alex. I was so like, I am not looking forward to this at all. I don't care about this. Like, I mean, I'm just kind of going through like that existential crisis of like, why even work? It doesn't even matter. Like, we're all going to die. What are we doing now? Yeah, Jason gets it. He did die.
Yeah,
Right.
I died a few times. It was a heck of a year.
And so that's kind of my update. Like, after, like, more or less, like, after my mom died, I went to California. I spent time with family. Then I went up. I spent some time with Scoob and my buddy CD, who live in like the Portland metro area. And then I hung out with Jason for a couple days. And he gave me like this little box, and I was just grinding Pokemon Red for hours.
First off, I'm so incredibly sorry that you've had to go through this. That's there's nothing I can say, and I don't know, there is nothing I can say. So I'm just incredibly sorry that you're having to go through this. But I do want to make that transition because, Jason, you just said you died a few times, and it came off like a joke. So this might be a good time to get into your backstory and how you got where you are now, still alive.
Yeah.
So give me the full story. How did you get to where you are?
Yeah, I'm going to tease it. So yeah, if listeners out there, if you can stick around for a little while, there is death. So we'll eventually get there. But I'm 45. I've been in or around machining since I've been 18. So there's a lot to cover, I guess, over the years. So how I started, where I'm from originally, I'm born and raised in Ohio, east of Cleveland, right on the lake, called Menor, Ohio. And the way I got into manufacturing into machining, brought me in, was my best friend in high school, named Bill Panzarella, lived across the street from me. And his dad he was like the lead of a little machine shop. And then he was transitioning into purchasing that shop from whoever the owner was before, around that time when I was 18. And I just needed a job. I was working at Burger King and stuff like that. And I got a job in his shop just sweeping floors. And this is the epitome. And if anybody knows, like, from the Rust Belt and living in that area, this was the epitome of disgusting shop. And but it was good for me. Like, looking back on it, it was very good for me. This was a little shop called Discharge Machine, totally out of business now, but I think they went under. I mean, I was there. They went under right after September 11th, 2001. That kind of really tanked the the market for everybody, and that company was on its last legs anyways. What we did there was mostly cold form or hot forged dies. So we these things are expendable in their world. So basically, it's dies made. The cold form dies would be made out of like M2 steel. And they're for like big ass bolts for like, I don't know, building freaking bridges or whatever. And, some of the customers would be like RB&W, and probably if no one knows freaking anything about Ohio, like RB&W was a big company or whatever. So and these things were perishable. Basically, they would take freaking steel, slam them into these dies that would make the hex and the head of the bolt and everything. And like it's funny, the things I remember, one of the ones that we would sell to them every month, I just remember the hex size, and it was 1 inch 406 plus or minus 1. It was always in my head. Still is to this day. It's crazy. Anyways, and then there was like a draft angle to them and so forth. So, and it was like a 4-stage die. So they would, incredibly quick slam material into this die that we made with, and then there was, I forget what the other part of it called, the die, and then you got like the head or whatever, the punch that would slam in the the head thing, and then it would go through 4 stages in this particular cold form process. As you can imagine from all that pressure and so forth, they don't last long, so they got to buy them every month. So that's good for us, right? We got to make more of the same thing every month, and they want to buy them. And then on the hot forge side, it's a little different, where you're feeding in material through an induction area where you're heating up that piece of material, and then it goes into the die and it's forging, forming whatever the thing is. In this case, we were making railroad spike. We were making the spike dies for companies down in Alabama that were, railroad spikes basically. So we made 2 different styles of those things, a Vulcan spike, I think it was called, and something else. And that's really the bread and butter of that company at that time. So I came in, I was just sweeping floors, doing, just doing that. It was a disgusting shop. So this was, like 98, 99, those kind of years. And the machines that they were running were 1950, like Kern and Trecker mills, and, to do like the slab milling. There was Bridgeports. The most advanced machines, they had an old Cincinnati Millicron, I don't even remember the model, CNC lathe, but it was a Talon. Yeah. Actually, it might have been before a Talon. I don't know. It was, we didn't have to put tape into it, but it was freaking old. We had a DNC hook it up or whatever. Maybe it was originally tape, but that old ass machine. And then just like, just optical comparators that looked like they were from, 1930s. A lot of the machines, I don't know if it's been talked about, but like some of them were like military surplus from World War II. So like they all had the same green color to them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess that was a thing from that era. Oh, yeah. So I'm dealing with machines, so what happened was I sweeping floors. And then the way they were putting the hex into these dies was conventional EDM, so not wire EDM, which was around. I didn't know. I don't know anything at this point. So we were using conventional EDM. So we're using, graphite, basically. You put it on an electrode and you just pump it through,
So that's where the name came from.
So in the heyday, so what I gather and what I know now is like basically this company was the best thing in the world in the 60s and early 70s, and then just never innovated and never kept up with technology, but however still had these good deals with certain customers that could, support the company at least in some form, but there was no investment in new stuff. So what I'm saying is when I came in, the new stuff was that freaking Cincinnati Millicron from like probably 1982, and, it was already 15 years or whatever old. And then also they had a, what the hell was it? It was a bastardized. It was basically, maybe it'll come to me, but anyways, it was like kind of like a CNC pack that you throw on a Bridgeport, I forget the name of the company that made it, but anyways,
Prototrek?
it was like a Prototrek, but it wasn't Prototrek. It was something else. But yeah, very much that. And that was like the newest thing they had there, right? So they needed someone or they wanted someone to start helping make electrodes. And the way they were making electrodes in the shop, like from back then, is basically they had this room and it had a whole bunch of little surface grinders, right, in a circle. And we were taking the graphite and grinding the sides to make the hex. So we had like little fixtures made that were hex, and then you would hold it against, the rail, the stop on your mag plate, cut it, flip it, the 5 times around and do that. And then, measure and then move in your surface plate, move in your grinder, do whatever you got to do. And it's obviously an incredibly filthy job, especially when you're in a shop like that did not have the proper ventilation. So they had the proper ventilation at some point. So in that room, if you can imagine, I think there was like 6 or so grinders, because as it was, and one of the things I did take from that is like, it was very cellular. Like you would do this one part here, then you would move it to the next grinder that maybe had a 1 degree angle, to, for the draft or whatever. Then you would do that part on there. And then the next one would be, the corners would be rounded on that hex you just made. So then it would have another fixture on there where if you would spin it and to get that dimension, and so it kind of worked around that way. And that was all fine. Then there was, special ones for like the railroad spike. So if you look at a railroad spike, basically you gotta, if you gotta make the mouth and everything of where the spike part goes into the head, all that geometry in there was done by us, but with graphite. So we had to make those weird shapes, and and it was like a 2-step process actually in that thing. So anyways, very disgusting, dirty job. And obviously, they're like, hey, you want to do this? I'm like, yeah, sure. I'll do that. So that's kind of where I started getting into actually doing some sort of machining. And it was the fucking worst thing in the world. Because again, like I said, this company was going under and it was not putting any money into anything, just trying to stay alive. And so in that room, you can imagine, if you ever ground graphite, it's just an automatic plume of black graphite, like, it's insane, right? And
might as well be a chimney sweep or something.
No, I mean, it's even worse than that. Like, I wish I would have, if cell phones were around then.
Say it's like Ben Stiller in Zoolander when he's in the mine.
Yeah, no, it's even so.
Where he's just got his eyes.
No, I'm dead serious. That's what it is, because I mean, I'm 18 and think I'm invincible, right? So it doesn't matter to me. I'll do the dirty job and, whatever. So their ventilation or their exhaust system, basically, they had all these things hooked up. All the grinders were hooked up to a single unit that would, theoretically suck all the graphite into a big, huge, micron thing and whatever. Well, it hit, and I worked there for many a year. 3 years or so. And that entire time, that thing never worked. So it was just, you're in a room with a fan blowing as much graphite as you can off of you to the back. And there's no air conditioning. And, in Ohio in the summertime, it's the worst job. I mean, but here's the thing.
Sweating buckets.
Yeah, you're sweating. I mean, I did wear a typical,
just a mask.
Yeah. Nothing like, like COVID lockdown kind of mask, nothing crazy.
The fact that you lasted 3 years, I mean, that is determination right there.
Or stupidity. It was on and off. I actually moved into other positions, but yeah, so that's kind of where I started, and I just went into it there. And, yeah, I mean, and it's no joke, Chris, like I would have my mouth clear from where I was wearing the mask, but it would still not be enough to seal. Like I should have got a better mask or whatever. Like, and so
like blowing your nose and like
it was
there's
all
just
black. No, dead serious. My nose
Yeah.
was always snotting black,
Yeah.
no matter what.
So gross.
Like it could be like, you know, you leave work on Friday and then Sunday you're still snotting black. And, you know, hey, I'm like, hey, this is fine. It's like Stranger Things when Will's freaking barfing up the thing. In the,
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, yeah, this is totally fine with me, you know. And so, and again, don't know any better. And I'm dealing with surface grinders and I'm trying to hold plus or minus 1 on manual surface grinders that are from 1950s. And
Did you even see the part?
that's the thing. So I would cut and, you know, grind, and then basically you do like a rough semi-finish, you know, you would work your way in because these machines were sold and I couldn't control repeatability at all. And, you know, it just is what it is at that point. It's really, you know, learning very, very, you're trying to learn, if you can imagine trying to learn manual machining in an environment where you're dealing with 30-year-old machines. And then on top of it, you don't know what you don't know, right? Like, I don't know that, like, it could be the machine's fault because I'm dealing with freaking old time Ohio freaking machinists. And they're like, if you screw this up, this is your fault and you're a piece of shit. And I'm like, all right, cool. So everything's my fault, right? Yeah, and if you're from Ohio, or Midwest, one of the other podcasts I listened to, which brought up a very good point, and it's very, very true, is you always apologize. Even like I still do it to this day. Like when I'm asking one of my workers to do something, I start out with, I'm sorry. Even though it's not even like you're just in Ohio Midwest mindset of like, it just sucks and it's always your fault for everything. And so taking that mentality into a job like this and not knowing any better, I really racked my head and really spent a lot of time thinking about trying to make good parts on shit machines and shit processes, and understanding that, you know, this company was just trying to stay alive, right? So all they cared about was trying to get parts out the door using just the worst way possible. So transitioning from there, they saw that, hey, I actually, you know, was doing, I guess, okay and doing whatever that was. And then in quick succession kind of just moved into just running the couple EDM machines also, which again, these are old ass conventional EDM machines. So nothing like what you're thinking of, like a Charme or whatever. Like these are Bridgeport style machines that have a freaking energy pack hooked up to the head that just feeds down, and there's no like pulsing, or, you know, there's pulsing up and down, but there's no, and you can use the electrical discharge to turn on and off and, you know, control your voltage and all that stuff that way. But it wasn't like where the new ones will actually like move to the left a little bit, move to the right a little bit. And, you know, you can kind of draft in and, you know, it does all this cool stuff. Right. And that's what we had. And that's what I was using to make these dies. So using those machines, and again, using they'd never been maintenance or anything, from 1950, they are dielectric fluid is what's in them. And they're just open top tanks with a freaking Bridgeport head that goes into the tank and, you know, does its thing, to the point where when you wanted it to pulse, like the one machine was broken as far as like pulsing. So if you had a flushing issue, the way that in conventional EDM that you would fix, or how we would overcome, I don't know if it's the right way, to be quite honest, but the way that I would overcome a flushing issue, like I wasn't getting enough flush through the part to clear out what the discharge was removing. So, you know, again, if people don't know, basically you're taking a graphite, you're putting an electrical charge to there, and it's like reverse welding. It's going through, making a shape, and technically the graphite should not be touching the metal per se, but in between those two things with the charge, it's actually like kind of precision removing the metal, and then the flush from the dielectric fluid pushes that particles away, so that way they never touch, because if they touch, they ground out, and then you're not, you know, efficiently burning, basically. Because of many things, again, the maintenance or whatever, like we had really dirty dielectric fluid. Like now looking back on it, like I'm fighting things that I are trying to come up with solutions for things that are really, it's like, dude, just clean out the machine, do a very good clean out of the machine, put in some new dielectric fluid, and it probably would have fixed 90% of my freaking problems that I had for 2 years.
Well,
or whatever.
but
No one tells me. No one knows. I don't know. Really, all the people that were good in this place left, right? They all went and got jobs somewhere else. So this is just barely hanging on. And no one's, and even if, I did know that, right? And came and say, hey, this is the problem. This is how you fix it. They didn't have the money to do it, or they wouldn't have the time or want to have the time to do it.
Can't afford the downtime. Need to make parts.
Right.
And that's kind of like a weird, like catch-22.
Oh, for sure. So, so going into that, so, I'm dealing with, and then the machine, there are machines where you can like pulse them, right? And this one machine did not have that pulse feature, or it was broken. I don't remember what it was. I mean, like I said, this is a long time ago. So the way that I would get it through parts is I would sit there, and you could take a wrench. I would put my hand in the dielectric fluid, take a big ass wrench. You would ground it on the table, and then touch the head. And as you did that, it would ground out and it would move up a little bit, right? So I could ground out the head and make it flush.
Dude, honestly, I'm surprised you made it this long. Like, how did that?
There's like so many red flags of like, this is how you could have died, and I'm just like waiting until we get to this point. Like, where is this red flag?
Dude, you gotta wait like 25 years till he dies. This is crazy.
This is where I start. So, sorry. One of the things with my new condition, when I died, my mouth gets really dry, and sorry if I start sounding a little raspy. I shocked myself a few times because I didn't.
No shit.
Yeah,
did you?
Crazy, right? So not having it grounded on the table and you touch the head, you get a hell of a shock. Like it feels like the first time seriously feels like someone grabbed you from behind and moved you back 1 inch. Like I have never felt it.
Oh my God.
So, and I did that a few times. So anyways, I from attrition in the shop, and then just me, trying to do the best I can and feeling guilty for everything because I'm a poor Ohio boy. We ended up, just slowly kind of working through those things. And again, these machines were pieces of shit. So like one of the things, when you're burning something like this, and like I said, I'm dealing with basically a Bridgeport with no digital readouts or nothing, just dials, right? And I wasn't even smart enough at the point to throw a dial indicator on the table to see how it's moving, to see if it, matches what the dial says it's moving. Eventually I got there pretty quick, but then these machines were so bad that what I learned in, prior to starting my own shop, which was born out of this shop, was I needed to put an indicator on both sides of like X, on both sides, because it was so worn out that even though, like, if I had just had the indicator in the middle, and I move one thou based on the dial indicator, the table was so bad that I had to do it on both sides and make sure that on the X left side and the X right side, they both moved one thou, because they would not necessarily, like, that's how bad these machines are.
That is,
and I'm just
bonkers.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to fix it and just put Band-Aids on it because I don't know any better, right? And and so in these dies or whatever, one of the most critical things is the concentricity of the hex to the OD. Like, that is incredibly important, because obviously you're slamming material in these things and then moving them through stages. And so getting it as close as you could to burn the center, what we had to do because of the old technology and the way we do it is then you would send it out. We would send it into our OD grinding plate. We had, OD, big ass, old ass OD grinders where, you would run them off the centerless grinders. You would run it off a mandrel that grabbed off the hex, and then you would grind it perfect, concentric to that hex. However, the process was you would turn the die, you would turn the head of the die, right where the head of the bolt would be. So it would be round, and it would have like stampings in there, like, whatever the grade of the bolt was or whatever. But then it would come to me and it had the through hole in it, and I would have to burn the hex through that through hole. Well, the hex had to match that head, right? That was turned on that shitty shitty Talon CNC machine in the back. And obviously there was variation. And there was nothing. So I really had to try to figure out like, okay, how do I on this piece of shit machine get that head to line up with my hex within, and I think it had to be within a thou. Like it was insane. And so I'm dealing with the worst equipment you could possibly have and trying to make it work and actually making it work. And that's the one thing that I really take from there is one, it got me interested in machining, but then it really opened my eyes like problem solving and only doing it in a way that really makes you think outside the box. Not that it was the right way at all, but really, really makes you, because I'm racking my brain and even though it was a stupid, shitty job, I personally am racking my brain and I'm like, okay, how can I do that better? Like, how could I figure that out better with what I have? I don't have the resources. This is what's available to me. Is there a way I can hit these numbers so I don't get yelled at by the boss, basically? And, so I do really, in that 2 or 3 years, or whatever, I really do value that, and I still use it to this day in everything we do.
I can attest to that, having worked with him on like some of the things, especially like I can think back to like some of the earlier X2 stuff, and like the Nemo stuff, where you're getting into like turning titanium or turning stuff, and it's like, we have to have 11 thou of stock to remove on this. And you have like a notebook with all the different iterations you tried to get to the point of 11 thou is the number that the number for the material that the rougher needs to leave for us to get good finish and good tool life for this particular insert. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting to hear you talk about like, this is the inception point of that level of problem solving.
Yeah.
Well, I would imagine that a job like that gives you a pretty healthy understanding of preventative maintenance and needing it and buying new machines and not stagnating too. Like that would, I've worked in jobs like that, and it's given me a real healthy fear of stagnation and of like, oh, this is what it feels like to die slowly as a business. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And then it also taught me, how I didn't want to be, just in general in life. Like, I mean, this was the way that shop, they're just hardened old tool and die guys from the Rust Belt, and the way that they would interact with me was, it was just straight up abusive, and that was just how it was. And the way that, I took it was, that's just, you take your lumps and this is how it is. And now, 25 years later on, and I'm, running a company and, trying to build a culture of how I want things, did very much leave I learn a lot, it seems, from people doing things wrong, which is good. I think that's one of the things
you learn a lot about what not to do.
Right.
Those are the strongest lessons.
Right.
Like, reaffirming your own beliefs. You're like, yeah, okay, I already knew that, but like you see something terrible and that leaves the impression, really.
Yeah. I mean, and that started, not to, get so heavy because, Chris's mom passed or whatever. And my mom died of cancer, back when I was like
we can cry, Mike. It's okay.
But that's what started that thought process and me really internalizing, like learning from other people's mistakes. Was my mom was an alcoholic my entire life growing up, and being around that and how it affected my family. And I knew instantly at a very young age that I will never drink. Right. And that was just not something I would ever try. And, and then again, another joke in the family too, is that, I didn't need to, because my brother did enough for both of us.
Oh, geez.
The brother that I met.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian.
Yeah. He did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He did.
Any rate. So I take, obviously I've learned through my own mistakes, and I made plenty of mistakes, but one of my things I think that I'm grateful for is, I don't know if it's, if it comes down to just like empathy or for another person, or if it's just learning, seeing other people and how they conduct themselves and just saying like, I am never doing that. Like that is just not the way to go. And then really internalize it and really make sure you don't do that. You know, that's the other half of it.
Totally.
So, yeah. So that's this discharge machine days. And like I said, I'm actually very grateful for that time. I learned a lot, not right stuff, but I learned, I guess, a little bit, started understanding what I was maybe capable of and the problem solving skills that I really, that still benefit me to this day when, you don't have the resources that you need and to do the things you need to do. From there, again, September 11th happened and the economy just crashed overall. Right. And this company was already, at the end of at the wit's end. And the only people that were there at the end was me, another guy named John, and then the owner, who was my best friend's dad, Bill Panzarella. And he was done and, tried to do his best to bring the company back. And he was a hard ass motherfucker. I'm sure his son will be listening to this. And one of I got to tell a story. I'm sorry. I don't know how much time we have. I think I'm going to make this your longest fucking episode ever.
Oh,
but
bring it please, on. Please.
So this guy was just phenomenal. And so this is what I worked with. And this is how all the people I worked with, and even in that, and not just that company, but I'm just saying like, this is just kind of the mentality of that time in Ohio in manufacturing, was this mentality. And this motherfucker was the hardest. So obviously we lived across the street from each other, right? And I needed to drive him home one day from work because his car was in the shop or whatever. And he smoked Pall Malls unfiltered.
Oh.
And I don't smoke, and no one smokes in my car, right? Like that's just not a thing. And so I mentioned it to him. No, I did not mention him. I was scared of shit of him. I didn't even mention it to him. Yeah, I'm scared of shit of this guy. And so we're driving home. We get in the car. He automatically lights up. Doesn't roll the window down.
God, dude, was it wintertime?
No, I don't know if it was wintertime. I don't remember, but I rolled my window down because like I can't stand it. And he proceeds. And so because I, never smoked in my car and everything, my cigarette ashtray thing, because cars used to have this ashtray in them. It was a 94 Ford Tempo. It was in this car, and it was the first car that I bought that was financed, so I was really taking good care of it, it was a piece of shit Ford Tempo, but it was my car, and my first kind of major purchase. And so in the ashtray, that's where I kept all my coins, like all my change, spare change. No.
Yeah.
And he opens it and sees all the change in there and does not give two shits. It just puts his doesn't give two shits, and then just smokes, and we drive home, and he just talks. I don't know what we were talking about, whatever, and then drop him off, and that's that. But that's
oh my god,
it's such a funny story.
Seems like even if you told him, you're like, hey, nobody smokes in my car, I'd be like, oh, crazy, and just do it anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I guess there's a first for everything, right?
Yeah.
Get over it, pussy.
But
he was such a hard ass. But so you can imagine if you go to him and you made a bad part, like how that's going, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, moving on. So September 11th happens. That's the three of us that are left. Bill is done. He's just, he's defeated and done and ready to retire and actually just pack up and move to California.
What?
Yeah. He had his other son lived out in California, and the company. He really tried the company, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn because I don't know all the dynamics, but he put a lot of his own money into the company, and I think even second mortgage on his house kind of thing, and really, really tried his damnedest to make it go, but not, obviously not in the proper way where you're actually, buying new technology or, doing those things. I think a lot of it was, he thought I don't know, but I assume he thought the owner prior was just running it bad and that all you had to do was run it better. And so I think a lot of the money that he brought in was to pay off that piece of shit prior that owned it, and didn't have enough money in, to, actually make it better, or maybe didn't even have the skill set to make it. I don't know. But
yeah,
anyways, it was after September 11th. I don't know how far after September 11th, but maybe 3 or 4 months, and there was no work coming in at all from anywhere. And he's like, yeah, I gotta, shut the doors and I'm done. But what he did was, and he said, but if you want to take a few of these machines and take my customer list, and if you think you can do something with it, to me and John, the last 2 guys, go for it.
That's wild.
It was very, very nice, actually. And
yeah,
even though they're piece of shit machines, right? And but there was still something there. Like there were still customers buying this stuff from them, right? Like, and so John and I decided to, okay, let's try that. So what we did was, there was where we were buying steel from at that moment was, I don't even know the name of the company. Anyways, they had a little extra open space in their steel factory. Basically they just bring steel in, they would cut it to size, and then ship it out to machine shops all over, Cleveland area. They had a little area there, and we decided to rent that space from him. And then we took one of the surface grinders, the K&T mill, the CNC lathe, one of the centerless grinders, just enough to do basically the same stuff that we would do if we can get these customers to, purchase something from us, right? At the existing customer base. And then we went to them and said, hey, discharge machine closed, but whenever you need parts, these parts, we can make them for you. And luckily, like pretty quickly, and obviously these machines are given to us. We just had to, pay to move them. Actually, we moved them ourselves on a flatbed. It was insane to even do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, got everything into our nice little shop downtown Cleveland, actually in the flats, and just trying to make a machine company, not knowing dick, right? But having a couple potential customers that knew us because as we were working in discharge machine, John and I, we would actually be delivering parts to these customers. So they kind of knew us, and, we would talk with them and whatever. So we kind of had some rapport, at least with the people that were shipping and receiving and, whatever. So we weren't like an unknown quantity. There was at least some sort of continuity there. And we, tried to maximize that as much as possible. However, still got shit, right? Like we got crap machines and whatever. So but one of the things I learned there is it doesn't really matter if you don't have any work.
Yeah.
If you don't have, orders or whatever, it doesn't matter, anything. So that's, and again, I'm like, 2001, I'm 22 or 3-ish, I guess, somewhere in there. And been in manufacturing, in this shop and doing things, but I'm not like a sales guy or anything like that. And I'm in a position now where we got to sell ourselves in some form or fashion to get this work, even though we have an in on these companies, which is great, right? It's not like we're cold calling and trying to, show them that, we can do something. So then setting up those meetings with those companies. And that's why, the 3 that I remember is MB Dynamics, Wellington Industries, and RB&W. Those were the 3. And, so RB&W was the cold form place. Wellington Industries was down in Alabama, and they were the spike dies. And then MB Dynamics was a company that was in Ohio, and what they did, maybe they're still there, I don't know, but they made these devices, and they would sell them to like, they had a couple different iterations, but like one of the things would be they would stress a car. So like BMW or whoever would buy them, and they would put these things that they would make on like the 4 tires, and it was like a magnet thing. We would make forget what they even were called, but like we would make we would take a copper sleeve that was maybe 30 thousandths thick ring that was probably like 3-inch OD and, so a 2-inch, 900 or 980 ID. And we would drop that into a piece of steel, heat shrink it into the middle of a piece of steel. And then they would stack those and then put like electrical through them, and that would like shake really fast and really hard. And they would put those things that they would make on the 4 tires, and it would shake the car and stress the car so they could see where like noises were coming from in the window, in the interior and whatever. Another thing they would do is they would make bigger versions. And eventually we got into some fabrication of those bigger versions where they would throw them into fields, and they would shake the shit out of the ground, and they would know like if there was what was soft or whatever the composites underneath that ground were. So, for building stuff or whatever, I guess they can do an assessment of, what was underneath, what depth or whatever. So we would make some components for them. And that's actually the first one we actually got a new order from, and that, they started us on our path. And again, like I said, we've been doing it the old way that we did it at Discharge Machine, and we just replicated that. But then I needed to meet with them and talk about that. And then I guess I'm getting pretty good at sales. I have to sell my company all the time and stuff I do now. But it started there where it just came to me, and just got to ask, like, is there anything else we can do for you? Like, is there, and just building that rapport, and then just trying to sell that, which felt very, very to me to never do it before, and kind of throw yourself out there like, oh yeah. And, anything else you need? And you feel like you're going to be like, no, stupid, get out of here or something. Yeah. But like, and, it turned into things. And then, we went down to Alabama and met with Wellington, and that was really good because, we're, we, obviously we're slowed down. So we weren't buying any more dies because we had a, inventory of whatever the hell they had, and they had wanted to run through that before they bought more. But they ended up buying more, and they were pretty steady going from there. And then we ended up, because we went down there and visited, like, oh, can you make these things for us? Can you make these things for us? And like, yeah. And they were super simple. And the thing about the railroad industry, it's subsidized by the government, right? I don't know if you guys know that, but like, it's still subsidized by the government to this day. And so if you could imagine, like, I went to this place because they're like, well, the government's going to buy them eventually. And so they would just run 55-gallon drums of spikes, and there was fields of them. But the thing is,
what a crazy unit of measure you just threw out there.
Yeah, 55-gallon
drums of spikes.
And I'm talking, I'm not kidding you, like an acre of just an open field of just drums of spikes.
Yeah, they're just aging them, right? It's part of the hardening process.
Right, exactly.
It's taking precipitation hardening to another level,
Because I guess, what we did learn is like, they do go through a shit ton of spikes because they have to replace them all year long. So they're constantly replacing them, for whatever reason. So it was a good meeting with them, and we got work out of them. And then we did the same thing with RB&W. That's when I started with RB&W, though, is when I started learning that, oh, there's way better ways of doing things, right? So we went in there because they were having an issue with our dies, and I'm trying to smooth it over to where we would still get paid by, and keep funds moving in. And the guy just flat out say, these are the dies I'm getting from your competitor, and this is what I'm getting for you. And it was so abundantly clear, like I was giving him shit.
Oh no!
Because again, this is 2001, 2002. Wire EDM is not new.
Yeah.
And that's the way you make these things correct, right?
Yeah.
Wire EDMing is the way you do this now. You don't do it the way we do it, right?
And you just blast a big hole and then
right.
Make it a hex.
Yeah, you blast a big hole, make it a hex, and then we would spend a ton of time grinding down the orange peel from the discharge process to get it up to, whatever they wanted. I don't know, 8, if it was 8 RA or I don't know, whatever it was.
Yeah.
I think it was 16 maybe. But anyway, you didn't get there with discharge, like at least with my shit, you weren't going to get there. And so I saw that and I'm like, wait a minute, how the hell are they doing something that good? And so then this is when I started initially like going out and looking at like, oh wait, like there's this whole wire EDM thing that people do. And like, oh crap, like,
Yeah. Talk about not knowing what you don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I'm just going from, just got laid off from that, discharge machining, and don't have any money, and John doesn't have any, and we're trying to bootstrap a machine shop, and just trying to get some life going in there with just the way that we know and don't know anything else. And, it's not like the internet's huge at this time or anything. Like, there's just so many things that, you only get from experience, right? And I had bad experience at this point, to be quite honest. So that was all good. Like, I learned a lot about business, and I learned that I never want to have a fucking business partner. And
you did a good job with that recently.
Well, I mean, in this instance, because it was like 50-50, and we built this machine shop. And
so where do you go from there now that you're kind of just like figuring things out?
Well, at the same time, so that's just a spark. So, and then at the same time, in my personal life, I just met Danielle, my wife now, and we're thinking about getting married. This is 2004, right? Or I'm starting to think about these things. And then I'm reading about like, oh, there's like these CNC mills. Like, I got these freaking 2 K&T mills that are doing this. I'm taking a 5-inch slab mill, and I'm cutting a slot through for like the railroad spike part. And I'm putting on different fixtures at 3 degrees and 4 degrees, and, rerunning them at different angles. And I'm like, holy shit, you can go buy this freaking thing called a CNC mill and just do it all. Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and then even like what I was saying, like the complicated geometry of, like, not even that complicated to us now, but like the geometry under the head of the railroad spike, like, dude, I could surface all that right now.
Yeah.
I could stand it up in a 5 and just search for, I wouldn't even have to put it in an EDM machine. Like, it was, anyways, just then I started learning that stuff. I'm like, all right, if we're going to do this, we need to spend some money and get a CNC mill is what I wanted to buy. Right. And again, I'm trying to grow a company. I'm just getting married. The world's in front of me. Well, my business partner was actually my age I am now. So he was like 45 then, not having any kids, house paid for, wife makes money, not looking to do anything, not looking to grow. And we were, that's the main difference between us. Right. And so I'm like, we should do this. He's like, nah, I'm pretty much just good doing this.
Totally risk averse. Not trying to do any, like,
right.
If we're making money, I'm happy. Kind of a hobby almost for him.
Right.
Yeah, wants to slide into retirement.
Yeah.
Right. And that's, and that's fine. That's one way to do it. And I mean, I'm still risk averse, because this is what the next thing happens is. So, I proposed to my wife, Danielle. The next day, she actually went in for thyroid surgery. So I proposed to her, and then the next day she had thyroid surgery, which is just a routine surgery where they remove your thyroid. Things went bad there with her health. And then, in, lovely America, the health system here sucks ass. And knowing that I'm getting married, and I am very much, take care of your family and, that kind of thing, like everybody is, but, it's, and so, and this is all happening kind of at the same time. So I got this, like, we don't really want to grow the business. I got my wife, who is dealing with now long-term things that we're going to have to deal with for the rest of our life. We didn't know at that moment, but these are long-term things we're going to have to deal with for the rest of our lives. And we are still dealing with them. I need to have some, I am a little risk averse at this point, right? Because I'm like, oh shit, my wife is in a position, and I got a guy that doesn't want to grow this business. I'm going to need more money. I'm going to need to pay for medical and all the stuff. And, maybe, my wife might not be able to work anymore. And
yeah, it's really hard to take risk when nothing is stable in your life.
Right.
Like it's okay when one part of your life is the risky part, but when everything is, it's incredibly hard.
It gets super hard. You're so right. So in that moment, I said, okay, well, I guess I'm done here. So John, we separated ways. I took some money, and he just, do his own thing. I immediately started looking for, a jobby job, right? The 40-hour freaking manufacturing job, whatever.
Can Can I ask you real quick? Well, how was that conversation? Did you talk to your customers when you were shutting the doors?
No. We didn't shut the doors. I mean, John might be still doing it for all I know. I don't know.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I'm like, well, I'm done here. I can't.
That's what you mean when you separated.
Yeah. We just separated as a partnership. Mm-hmm. And he took the company, he paid me some money, and I left. It was nothing. And so I proceeded to get a job at Lincoln Electric, who's the big welding company. And they are in Cleveland, Ohio, is the headquarters. And one of the few companies from that area that is still there and still, a big manufacturing and hiring force in that area. I mean, it used to be like GE used to have TRW, got broken up and fallen apart. GE, obviously, Jack Welch, I just learned, really screwed that company up. And
did you listen to that?
Yeah,
Behind the Bastards.
Behind the Bastards, Jack Welch.
Fucked. Yeah. 100,000 people laid off in his first 5 years of running GE, which you can statistically tie to like 40 suicides or something like that, which is bananas.
The guy literally killed people.
And then went on to write a book called Winning.
About that.
And people still think he,
was a big reason for the subprime mortgage crash. 2008. Like, dude is just like, he's winning something,
Yeah, I don't know if you do show notes or whatever, but if we can put the Behind the Bastards links in there, man, that's a great part 1, part 2. I was looking for new podcasts, and Zap, when he was here mourning his dead mom a couple days ago. I'm sorry. We have a Dylan. We have a very open, very funny relationship, and we'll share that. But if you don't laugh, you're crying, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I'll make sure to put the episode links in the show notes.
Yeah. Anyways, got off a little bit there. So where was I? I don't even remember where I'm at.
Talking about Lincoln Electric.
Oh, so that's when I started Lincoln Electric, and I just started as a machinist there. I remember walking around with the foreman of the machining portion of Lincoln Electric, but they had many assembly lines there where they were pumping out the different, welders that they were selling. And then there was ancillary things that were feeding into that beast, and that's how they made money. And there was a whole there was 2 huge bays of machining where they would machine widgets that would go into those welders, right? And so I'm walking down and going from where I was, what I known so far at Discharge Machine and what I brought from Discharge Machine and, in my shop, they didn't really have much newer stuff really at Lincoln. Like they had a lot of Mazax. Mazax got brought in there in the late 80s, early 90s. So they had a lot of Mazak horizontals, but a lot of the other stuff still was older stuff like gear hobs and manual gear hobs and stuff like that. And then they had not a lot, but they had like 12 Davenports, so multi little screw machines, cam driven screw machines, which is insane. And then a bunch of old Warner Swayze, 5 or 6 spindle, multi spindle Warner Swayzes. So it was laid out better. They had a maintenance staff, so things were taken care of better, but it's still old, antiquated equipment, right? There's still way better stuff. I remember walking around with Kenny Walters, who was the foreman. He retired. He was a wonderful guy, actually, and gave me some opportunities there that really, I think, set me on a path. But he walked me down both of those aisles and said, "Hey, can you run that?" I go, "I never ran one before, but give me a couple of weeks, I'll learn it." Like that was my mentality. Like, I can do anything. Just give me a little time and I'll figure it out. Right. He ended up putting me on, so there was multiple work centers, right? He ended up putting me in the first work center was an old Monarch mill. So this was again, a glorified CNC Bridgeport, just a big boy. It had an old
monsters.
Yeah. It had an old ass control on it that at Lincoln Electric in the 2000s had to load tape into it to put the programs on.
Oh my God.
And like I would, it's like some of them were like old tape, some of them were Mylar tape. And then to get like, if it got cut or whatever, I'm trying to tape it together to make sure it still feed through, and it, feeding problems. It was insane.
Were there a lot of like hanging Chad jokes in that time?
There should have been.
Right?
There should have been.
That seems like that's just like a softball,
it was there.
Yeah,
it's a good point. But so that's what I started at Lincoln Electric on. And the thing about Lincoln Electric, which I actually found very interesting and still think about often, was a piecework shop. So I don't know if you know what that is, but basically you get paid per piece. So whatever you produce is exactly what you get paid for.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so they had a time study group that would, time you and then register all your movements. It was very interesting to start learning, like, kind of like what you're doing with like you would do now with like 5S and Kaizen projects, whatever, and like map out what like people are doing and value stream mapping and all that. It was cooked in from, the old Lincoln from that built this place in the 50s. And it was very forward thinking and very interesting. And if you worked at Lincoln Electric, especially in like the 70s, 80s, you made a shit ton of money because one is you would make a lot of money per part, per piece. And then, there's a game there. So you're playing a game with the company if you're a worker there. And let's say they put in new parts into your work center, right? You give them, you show is the most efficient way to make something. And they have time study, and then they have, what do they call it? That's the position I moved to. I can't even think of the name of it. Basically, it's like an applications engineer. Methods. They call it a methods engineer in their parlance. And basically, you figure out the best way to do something in that cell, and you document how they need to do it. You set the speeds and feeds that you make sure the program's right. You design all the fixturing, do all the application engineering stuff. And then you set the operator and show them exactly how to do that part. Then you bring in time study. Time study comes in, and it is collaborative between like the methods group and machinists, because especially at Lincoln, and more things I learn is in that methods unit, there might be one machinist methods guy, then there's an assembly methods guy, whatever. And if you got like a new project coming in, you got like 10 different parts that you have to figure out how to do. You have to rely on the machinist to help you get those things going in an efficient manner, to where you're not getting yelled at by your boss. So as you rely on these machinists, which is fine, and we all know you're playing the game, because usually if you're in methods group, you were a machinist that showed some ability, and they moved you into that group, right? So you know how the game's played. How the game is played is
sandbag the shit out of it.
Sandbag as much as you possibly can.
Yeah.
So then when they walk away and they release the job for production, you do all the things, maybe write a new program, or, use different tools, or whatever the hell you're doing. But then the documented way is the way that the company's happy with. And it's documented. Everything's documented, and it's, down to like, how you move the fixturing around, the speeds and feeds and how long that tool lasted in the cut. I mean, it's all there. And you save all that as an operator. So that way, if they ever came out to reevaluate, you just go back to the old way and just do it that way. Or if they hire somebody new and that person, disappeared, like they have it all documented, which is good. If you're a good operator though, you get in there, you make your own setup sheets, you make your own way of doing things, and then you are getting paid a hell of a lot more money, right? Because it's, based on it's a conversion rate. It's interesting. It's a conversion rate that gets evaluated every year there, which I thought was very interesting too. And so it's called a Lincoln dollar. And what does a Lincoln dollar equal? Well, it depends on two things. One is what they say that conversion rate is to the outside market. So I don't know, let's just say the Lincoln dollar
really close to the railroad stuff.
It is. So a Lincoln dollar is, let's say, $20 an hour, right? And then they would put a base rate that was called your Lincoln dollar. Then your machine, your work center would have a base rate assigned to it, meaning that a Lincoln dollar is this level of expertise kind of tied to it, and a base rate kind of tied how experience you needed to be to run that machine. So it would be like 90% or 88% or 76. And that's like 88 cents an hour of Lincoln dollars is what you're going to make on that machine, is what they're aiming for. 90 cents on this machine is a Lincoln, is what they say you can make on this machine in that time. And in Lincoln dollars, $20, and you do the math, and 90 cents is, whatever, $18 or $19. And it was
bonkers.
Very interesting system. And actually, I think it's actually a very good system until it gets abused. And then, then it's a problem. But back what I'm saying, back in the day, dude, there was profit sharing too. So it was employee owned profit sharing. It was a very good company to work for. So if you made the improvements, piecework system in there, and you could make 130% of what you were technically supposed to be making. And there was no way, before computers, for them to track all that crap, right? So people were making very good money, and that was fine because they based the price of what they're selling their items at based on that time study they did, right? So they don't really necessarily care that there is money being made by employee, which I think is actually pretty wonderful.
Yeah.
And then on top of it, there was profit sharing. So that means all the extra profits they made at the end of the year, that would be and everything. And then they would carve off some for, future development, whatever. They would bust that out between all the employees. And then, so again, on top of it, they have this whole system of evaluating employees, I think it was twice a year. And it was, and that number dictated your bonus. So if the bonus amount was, whatever it was, $20,000, or let's just say person, whatever. But then whatever you were allotted, let's say if you were a perfect employee, you were allotted $20,000 because, you performed at 100%. And it was by valuation. It was very subjective. It wasn't really based on much of anything. As long as your boss liked you a lot, you probably got better numbers than others. I mean, there was some kind of, math to it and whatever and bullshit, but, or if you did really good, or you saved the company a whole bunch of money and, you're a good old boy, you might get 120% of $20,000 and, you do it that way, or 137%. When my first year, my second year, I got 137% bonus. And
that's crazy,
which is great. And so
that was exactly what you needed. Like you were looking for a good paying job and you got a good paying job.
Right.
Immediately.
I had to work my ass off because you are working your ass off there to get that money, because marveled at it, and it really sticks with me still to this day. They had that Monarch, so the work center was that Monarch mill that was doing the work, milling or whatever. But then I had a 4 spindle drill press next to that thing, and I was doing some of the work to finish that part outside the Monarch and timing it up to where that work was happening at the same time the Monarch does. So, as the cycle time was, it's basically cellular manufacturing with multiple spindles, but I was one of the spindles technically. Right. Mm-hmm. And I just marveled. I'm like, this is I really thinking about it. I'm like, wow, that's genius. Throw a manual machine, especially before I started learning about automation and, robots and stuff. But it's this is a very smart thing to do to make sure you're maximizing your output as on the employee side and also as on the company side. So it was
because you're not running down the clock there. If you're on the clock, you're trying to make as much money as you can. And
exactly.
It's great for both parties. Yeah. That's pretty fantastic.
Yeah. Would you consider that welfare capitalism?
I actually quite like the system, to be honest with you. I'm still wrapping my head around it.
Well, I don't mean welfare capitalism is a good thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm still wrapping my head around. Overall, I think if it had again, like everything else, like capitalism in general, as long as you have the right construct around it and control it in some sort of way, it can't be, I don't think it can be I don't want to piss anybody out, but I don't you need to have some kind of controls, because there are nefarious people that will destroy that system for their own benefits. And that was happening inside Lincoln Electric. Because if you look at Lincoln Electric bonuses, if you can imagine, because a lot of I have old time friends that I'm still good friends with that retired from Lincoln. When they were 20 years ago, I'm saying late 70s, even before they became more of before basically computers took over, and before computers took over, and before they became a publicly traded company, right? it was called bonus day. So December 6th or 12th is bonus day at Lincoln Electric. Still a big thing, still a big deal. And that's when you get your bonus check. And they announce the rate and, how well the company's done. And everybody just kind of just watches from different teleprompters through the multiple factories about how well the company did. And at the very end, they say, and this year's, bonus rate was, whatever the number was, 70% of profit or 68% of profit.
And I'm sure every gun shop and car dealership and bar in a 50-mile radius knows a bonus day.
Exactly. Imagine this in the 70s. The dealerships for Cadillacs and so forth would be parking cars out in the parking lot. And then when they walked out with the check, they would
parking lot of Lincoln.
They would bring in
drive the cars.
They would drive the cars into.
They knew that's beautiful.
People would walk out with checks so big at that time that they would buy the car, they would get the money back, have tens of thousands of dollars more money, and then go and do like insane amounts of money.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
At a certain point in their heyday, one of the things they read, because MIT or I don't know, Harvard Business Review did a whole workup on Lincoln Electric and the way that company was running at the time. They had more college level bachelors on their shop floor just running machines than any other company, because teachers could make more money there. Or if anything you were doing, you can make more money just running a freaking machine at Lincoln Electric at that time,
That's insane.
Insane. It wasn't that good for, another thing too, is you did have to pay for your own medical. They paid for the medical all year, but then they would pay back the company the medical out of your bonus. So that would come off the top first. Not a big deal when it's only, $1,000 or whatever. It's a little different especially as, in my years, the medical for my family was, I don't know what it was, but it was a significant amount. So
it wasn't $1,000.
No, it wasn't $1,000. But, like I said, like my second year, I got like 137% of whatever the bonus was. Like I did very, very well. And they quite liked me. And I must have sucked it. Anyways.
You said, who's a good boy? And you said, I'm a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
Yeah.
So how long were you there?
I was there on and off, actually. I was there, I think, overall. So I think I started there in 2016. Or no, that's when I left, was 2016. So I had to be like 2004. So I was probably there 8 years. I did take a stint away because another thing, you work your ass off, right? At Lincoln Electric, you're working you're working to get your money. And then on top of it, they did a swing shift thing, which was killing me. So every other week you had to switch shifts. So 1 week you're on first, next week you're on seconds. And then if you happen to have 3 guys in your cell, you would be first, second, thirds, and it would switch every week.
Every week?
Yes.
That's rough.
That's
super rough.
Super rough, especially when it's mandatory overtime and you're working 60 hours a week. So you're working Saturday till 12, and then you got to show up again.
Yeah.
Or if you're coming in at 12 and you're leaving at 5, and then you got to, that's the worst one. When you're going from second to first, because you work afternoon Saturday to like 5, because it was only like a half day because they were so nice to you. You would get Sunday off, but then you would have to be back at work at 6 a.m. and started first shift. So it was
you can't get used to anything.
No,
you can't become a morning or a night person because you have to be both every other week.
Right. It sucked ass. Right. So, I left there for that particular reason. And I wanted, and a couple of guys left there to go to this place around the corner, which was born out of TRW, which was a lot of naval nuclear and so forth. It's called Babcock and Wilcox. High-end naval nuclear stuff. Very interesting. I went into there and I worked there for a year, and it was a union shop. First time in a union shop. I think unions are incredibly important. My dad, when I was 16, finally got a good job at Ford and retired from Ford actually this year. And the union is a very, very good thing I feel for the country. However, because of how I'm made and how I want to work, it damn near killed me to be in that kind of environment. So at B&W, Lincoln Electric, I learned a lot there. I learned in that first stint, all the different things. And again, a lot of problem solving, and it's trying to come up, and it was just constantly thinking about better ways to do things, right? Like, man, if I could figure a way to do this a little bit better, I get more money. Like, it was a very, very good feedback loop, especially for my brain. However, the downside of that is once you find out like the most optimum way, you just need to be a robot and do it that way. And I have ADD, and it is very hard for me to do the same thing the same way all day long. It kills me.
Yeah, you're like, I'm bored. Okay, what's next?
Yeah, like it just kills me, and I'm making the same parts all night long. And I found the best way to do it with the tools that are available to me. And I would start doing things just to do things different, just to keep my mind, and that was not good. Like there, it was
so obviously you go to a union shop where you can just change things.
Oh yeah,
all the time.
All the time.
Oh yeah, all the time
without any issues.
No
they love
issues.
Innovation.
No, they love it. They freaking love it there. They love it.
They're like, Jason, we love your work ethic. Don't do anything with that,
dude. Oh my gosh. So so I go to B&W. That's opened my eye up to good machines, and they had new technology, and they were willing to spend and bringing in, which I never even thought of, like bringing in tooling reps to talk about the new tooling tech and all this, kind of garbage, which was all like, I'm like, oh, this is actually how you do things. And, this is amazing. And again, though, because of my background and whatever, they threw me on the first job. It's very nice now looking back at it, but it's not what I wanted. Like, I wanted to be on, they had these massive Akuma CNC mills or horizontals, and they were very nice. And they did they had heat shrink tooling, and the dude that was programming did all this cool macro stuff, which I never even got into macros yet. And he's using that, even if he's using it, which I thought was so profound at that moment, was you throw, and I didn't even know about probes or anything. I didn't know that was was something that, I knew about them, but I didn't know how they would work or whatever. So he would have a very detailed setup, because it was all naval nuclear and it was all billable hours to the freaking Navy. It was very laid out. You did exactly how he wanted it, torqued down the things exactly how he wanted it. You would then send in the fixture with nothing in there, no parts, just send the fixture in, and it would go in, and you would run a sub program, and it would probe everything and see, and it will tell you how far off you are on the setup. And then as long as you were within a version of what he said was the window that you could be okay in, it would then dump in a whole bunch of macros and then just change everything in the program to compensate for your half degree off or your whatever. Cool. And then he would call that every day or whatever and redo it. And it was just really super impressive. I'm like, I want to be that guy when I grow up.
Oh, and you did it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I did it, because that guy still, I got away from the technical stuff. I really, a little more. But anyways, there I got thrown on a manual machine.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was really good, though. I learned, and what I learned was they don't give that job to anybody, because what you're doing is you're putting the most critical thread on a shaft. So if you think of a nuclear engine, a nuclear sub engine, basically the way it works is they pull out this rod, or they adjust the distance on this rod based on this thread. And that's how much fusion is happening inside the thing. And they can stop it by moving that down and moving it up. Right. And the way that, so that thread is incredibly important, and it's a very, very, very tight thread, and you have to, and the only way they can do it, because they already put all this work into this huge titanium rod, and they put these huge scallops in, and it's I don't know, freaking 10 feet long. So there's a whole bunch of money in there, and the last thing you do is the thread. And so being incredibly anal and making sure you do a very good job on that thread is, incredibly important to this thing. So them trusting me with that, I thought was pretty cool. It sucked, though, because it was very hard. And then you actually had I don't know if we called it blunting a thread, where you take that first thread that's kind of a stringer, and you actually grind it down, file it down by hand, and make it like a little rounded part. So it's just perfect. And then you have to do the same thing on the backside and sit there with a jewel in your eye and just sitting there and making sure it's perfect. And so I'm doing that job. I think I finally got turned loose on it, right? And I'm starting to learn about the union world and how you just don't do anything without permission, and you don't do more than anybody else ever. There's a set cadence to everything, and if you can't work in that cadence, too bad, so sad. You got to work in that cadence. That cadence did not work for me. So
Too slow.
I was too fast, it turns out, and I thought I was going slow as shit. So
So you were happy for like what, a month, maybe?
Yeah,
or 2?
maybe 2. Yeah. So I did. The first night I was at my own, I did and you have to write down like what you do, and you type it into the computer or whatever. And I did like 6 all night, 8 hours, did 6 parts. And it only, if I was doing it in my pace, it would seriously only take me like 20 minutes to do a part. And I only did 6 for 8 hours. I'm like, all right. And the other thing about this place is because it's a union shop, the union workers versus the office workers was like such a contention. And so there was rules like you couldn't read the paper or anything at your machine. You couldn't have anything out, and then couldn't do anything. Like you just had to either be working or that was it. So and the only place that you could get away from is you go to the bathroom. So I, probably developed hemorrhoids from sitting on the freaking toilet, sneaking a paper in my back pocket. That's what everybody did. That's what you did. And I'm like, this is horrible. Right. I totally went the other way, way too far the other way on this. And so
another learning experience of exactly what you don't want to do.
Exactly. And so I did the 6 parts, came in the next day, doing shift changeover, and you talk to the guy that ran before you, and he's like, "You're killing this job." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "I only get 4 a day. You don't do 6 a day. Because if you do 6 a day, they're going to expect you to do 6 a day. We're going to expect us both to do 6 a day." I'm like, all right, sorry, and just kind of fall in the line or whatever. But that, so that slowly was just killing me on the inside. I mean, I think I was there for honestly like a year, maybe. And then I went back to Lincoln. So I had a good relationship with Ken Walters. I was saying the foreman there, and their methods man. The methods man was actually signed to the freaking group. I don't even know what the hell the name of the application engineering group was. The methods man is actually problem solver that is tied to the machine group, works hand in hand. He's the right hand man of the foreman of the group, and he just goes out there and puts out fires as crap happens or whatever. And I became really good friends with him, Greg Duggar, actually, and we're still friends to this day. They needed a applications guy because the guy that was there got promoted up, and then the guy that they brought in from outside lost his damn mind and couldn't handle the job because it's not for everybody, obviously, in that kind of environment. So they needed applications engineer, and Duggar and Kenny thought of me and reached out to me, and I'm like, yeah, I would definitely come back and do something like that, right? Because that sounds, and it would be just first shift, and I would be working on interesting higher level things, interesting things like that, and just jumping around on different machines, doing different programming and all the stuff. And so that was great. So I did that for a few years, up until 2016, basically, when I had my twins. So I had my daughter's just turned 13. I had her in 2005, a couple years after, 2010, 5 years after Danielle and I got married. And then finally settling down and figuring out our medical stuff and getting a handle on Danielle's medical things and just living the Ohio life of, you have a house, you have a kid, and you work in this job that you just die in, basically. But I always had that thing of I just need to do something. I'm very opportunistic and wanted to do something more, but I was always, a little risk averse, like you were saying, Dylan, with, especially with my wife and stuff. But in 2016, I broke. We got pregnant. We were thinking about having another kid. We weren't sure if we're going to have him, but we're going to have one more. Well, we decided that we're going to have twins, I guess. So I had twins coming. So I had 3 kids coming in. And I was having a hard time at Lincoln, actually, because I was in a group and we were working hard on a project of bringing the last project I worked on there. We brought in 3 Morisaki triple turret lathes into one cell, tooling everything up with Capto. It was very cool and very much I loved it, and doing that project and just laying everything out and then pumping through what we did within a year, pumped through 200 parts into that area for cost savings. So 200 existing parts, my group got those machines up and going, programmed them all, got good parts bought off, and got them all time studied. Like incredibly, a lot of work incredibly fast. And I'm very actually proud of that. In an environment that was very difficult for me at that moment, because the guy that was actually running the project and we were kind of friends, and then he was just an ass. And
this is doctor's note guy.
Yeah, doctor's note guy.
Yeah,
that's like 4 parts a week.
Yeah, I mean, we were cranking, man. So we brought in Esprit. Like they never had CAM software there, even at Lincoln Electric. So because they was all Mazatrol. That was their thing in between. So they did everything at the controls, and that's what I was doing. I was doing everything at the controls on Mazatrol. They didn't even have the option to drop in G code in the Mazatrol. They didn't pay for that option, so I had to figure out how to do all this crap in Mazatrol and whatever. So
I'm not super surprised that the company that still had a tape machine in the 2000s didn't have CAM in the 2010s.
But the justification, like that's another thing that I learned too. Like the justification to bring in just those 3 Mories into a company as big as Lincoln, we had to spend a year justifying that cost. We had to go through the cost savings, show everything, do it again. What about these machines? And they're paying me and another engineer and the boss guy, the guy ahead of me, all this money to do all this work of just theoretical bullshit to get it to where the bean counter, would approve the power account, basically the purchase acquisition. And of just those 3 machines, I mean, it was still, like $2 million, or $2.5 million purchase or whatever. But the amount of work that went in to make that decision, which to everybody in that was a machinist or knew anything about engineering or manufacturing, knew it was like, it's a no-brainer. You just do this, but we had to justify it. And that killed me. And it's like, oh man, we've spent so much money just traveling around, looking at different machines and doing all this crap. It's like, we could have just pulled the trigger and just been done with this and making money. But anyways, that's how it is in big companies.
Right.
Which sucks.
So you're having these twins then?
Yeah. So happened? I'm having twins. I'm having existential crisis because I'm like, oh man, I got to pay for college for 3 kids. And I was actually going back to college then too. So that's when I got my degree. And so I'm going to school at night, working during the day. And then I still had the mentality of the way I'm going to get ahead is by getting a degree and getting a higher position. And then I was actually chosen, which again was very nice, from Lincoln Electric to be in their future business leaders program. So they're actually sending me a couple of days a week to a business school to learn, because they had me pegged to basically become something bigger in the company, which was very nice to be thought of that way. It's just a lot going on there. So, and then I was having a hard time with my boss, was just sick of Ohio, period. I'm having twins and my brain broke. Like that's when I remember very distinctly that day I was, and I'm sorry if I'm going so long here.
No, not at all.
Okay.
It's an interesting story.
Oh, okay. Okay. Chris is probably bored because he's heard all this before, but I didn't even get to the good stuff yet, guys.
No,
I died.
Yeah.
You're right. Exactly. I'm on bated breath. So
yeah. So I remember it distinctly. I was the twins came home, and me and my wife are trying to take care of 2 kids at once. And, I had work and everything. It's not like you have paternity leave at Lincoln, and trying to relieve, because, once you feed one kid, the other kid needs fed. And then it starts again every 2 hours or, 4 hours. But by the time you get done feeding 2 kids, it's already 2 hours. You only got like a 2-hour block. Anyway, so Danielle and I were pulling shifts, trying to get her some sleep. I'm trying to get some sleep, and I'm still in school too. And, all this craziness. And I remember very distinct. And then I had a hernia. I had a stomach hernia, part of umbilical hernia. So my belly button was kind of coming out, and I was pushing it back in.
That's foreshadowing.
Yeah. That's some foreshadowing. And so I had a surgery coming up, and I was so anxious about leaving Danielle and being down for a few days with this surgery. And I'm standing above my kids, and they both need their diapers changed. And I'm looking at them both, and all this is hitting me. Right. And I go over to my wife, Danielle, not finishing changing the kids' diapers. And I said, I can't do anything right now. I got to go lay down. And I just shut down. And, you know, I had a panic attack, anxiety attack. And this is the first time really it got that bad. I always have anxiety. Being an Ohio boy, you always think you're the worst person in the world. And so immediately, though, luckily, she's like, yeah, okay, you know, go lay down. Freaked her out. And immediately the next day, I got to go see a psychiatrist and figure out what's going on. So, which was good. And it was basically, you know, general anxiety disorder and just, you know, in my head with all these things and just things finally, you know, building up to a point where I couldn't cope with them anymore in a way that didn't, you know, involve food, which is another foreshadowing thing. The way I deal with stress is food. Because I never drank at this point or, you know, did any of those things. Like that was my way of dealing with things was food.
Nothing makes a hernia better than food and anxiety.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, at that moment, I'm like, all right, let's make a change. Let's make a big change. And so I'm like, well, quit. And Lincoln at the time was doing bad. The 2016, I don't know if the economy was doing bad or if just Lincoln was doing bad. They were doing buyouts. So if you would leave your job, they would give you a portion of money and just say, you know, give you a portion of money and give you some benefits for, you know, 6-7 months or whatever it is. And you can just go do your own thing.
Right. Basically like early retirement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're buying you out. And so that was being offered at that time. And I talked to my boss's boss about what's the potential of me, you know, getting that buyout. And he said, pretty good, because me and my boss were bumping heads and having a very hard time with each other. And so they were probably ready to get rid of me in that aspect. So Danielle and I talked about it and we're like, and her sister was living in Arizona. I'm like, let's sell it. Let's get out of here. Let's move to Arizona. It was enough money and we had enough savings or whatever. And let's just see what happens. She agreed, shockingly. So we packed up, took the buyout, took our savings, and we left and went to Arizona and rented a house next to her. Her sister didn't have a plan as far as job. My plan was to build an app for the iOS store for machinists. I'm always into tech and computer stuff, and all that stuff is my hobby and what I like to do. And I would build computers for a while there and discharge machining days and so forth. When eBay first came on board, I was making a lot of money selling computer parts, buying computer parts, selling computer parts, and building computers for people. And that, you know, before Geek Squad and all that, I was making actually an okay side hustle doing that kind of stuff.
There's some great irony of the guy pigeonholed as a manual machinist being so heavily into tech.
I know. Yeah. Crazy. So huge and then doing little programs on the side and mostly just game editing. I'm big into video games and just doing like, you know, any file editing or finding, you know, ways to break the game. Basically, Unreal Tournament was a big one for me. You can get in there and do things. And so I was always wanted and I glorified. And again, another big, huge thing with me is podcasts. And I was there at like day one, whenever the iPod came out. I think I had enough money. I bought an iPod and I saw the thing where it said podcast. I'm like, what the hell's a podcast? And the only podcasts that were happening at that moment, at least that I could find, were technology podcasts, which was perfect. Like, so I got into Twit, like This Week in Tech with Leo Laporte. And then he had guests on his show and then he had other shows and I started listening to Mac Weekly because I was really into Mac stuff, whatever. So, getting to a point where I'm following these nerds that are doing programming and, you know, whatever. I'm like, I think I can do that. And that's one of the things I'm starting to learn, that I can't do everything at that time up until I died, which is coming. I thought I could do anything. Like I would see other people doing things and I'm like, give me like, maybe, I don't know if that's narcissistic or what it is, but I don't think I'm a narcissist at all. I think I'm a very humble person, but in my head, I'm like, I can do anything. Like, just give me a little time. If I have the time, I can do that thing, even if it's surgery, you know, like whatever. And
I think that's a mindset that is pretty common in machinists.
Yeah.
I've said many times to many customers, with enough time and money, I can do anything you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. One of my favorite quotes is actually from a podcast I listened to called John Siracusa, who founded the Hypercritical podcast and used to do the massive Ars Technica OS review every year up until he stopped doing it a few years ago. His was like on an infinite time scale, anything's possible. Yeah, it's true. So I started building an app, and actually I was just checking because I haven't, if you don't pay the Apple Connect fee every year of $90 to become, to stay as an Apple developer, they shut down. If you have an app open, they'll shut it down up until just recently. And actually I'll turn it back on here now that I looked at it, because I was going to, the app's called Machine It. It is a very basic ass app. I was learning, Swift programming language just came out then. And so I'm like, well, I'll do it in Swift because, they had Swift playgrounds. And so I bought a couple books on Swift and then delve into just making an app. Never did it before. And I'm like, well, what I'm going to make a tool for machinists, because that's kind of what I know. So it was basically a very, very simple app called Machine It. And what that app did was I still have it on my phone because I actually still use it daily. And a lot of, not a lot, but people that never, if it's in your thing, I think you're still allowed to have it. Even if it's not in the store right this moment. Anyways, it's a very, very simple app. It would do SFM to RPM to SFM conversion based on diameter, because I was doing that constantly, and you can get it in metric or inches. And then it would do conversions. So up until, now it's no big deal. But before, I had a hard time doing, 6 millimeters, 236, thou. You just kind of learn that thing. So this would do that conversion for you. Then it had a trig chart in there, because I was doing a lot of grinding and stuff and needed to know like trig angles and, sine plate stuff, because I was doing manual stuff. So that had a right angle problem solver, and then the drill chart, which is basically drill sizes, tap sizes, just scroll through. That's all it was. But it was very rewarding to actually, go through the process of, you have to build a company, form a company and do all that stuff so Apple accepts you. And then you got to figure out how you're going to get paid, and, you just do all that businessy stuff aside from then programming and learning how to make an app and then testing it out on it was all good. So that's what I did for, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. And I launched the app, and I was charging, I don't know, $3 or something. And some people bought it, mostly like, my dad. My mom didn't, because she was dead, and, other friends and stuff. But it was a fun experience. And I'm like, all right, well, what am I going to do next? And then the savings started running out. I'm like, well, I got to get a jobby job, right? And so I started applying. Now, again, like what you were saying, Dylan, all right, I've been through a union shop. I've been through, a high end, or not high end, but a high productivity shop, the highest productivity shop I've ever been in Lincoln Electric. That's not what I want to do. What I liked doing was what I was doing at the end of Lincoln, which was applications engineer, figuring out, and setting up things and what's available with my skill set out in Arizona. I don't know. So I'm not sure how it came to be for me. I don't know if I just saw it on a board or whatever and just applied for the job, but I applied for Methods Machine Tools in Arizona. They needed an apps guy. And at that time, Zap was the manager of the apps guy. He just got that position. So I interviewed with Zap and the boss at the time, Bob Nakish, about coming on board there to help Zap do the stuff that he was doing. So, Chris, maybe you could talk more about that a little bit there, so I can take a drink.
I didn't realize you guys knew each other this long.
Oh, we know each other for a while.
Yeah. And so a little context there is that Jason was my third apps engineer. Not like that I had 3 at one time. He would I had one, I think I had this guy named Darren who got hired before I took the position, and he was a drug addict, like prescription drugs, like legit Monday morning, Friday afternoon, you would be like standing talking to him and his eyes are like rolling in the back of his head.
Oh, jeez.
We went down to, I can't remember the name of the shop, but it's a Swiss shop in Tucson. And so I picked him up and we drove down to Tucson. He slept the whole way down there and was just was falling asleep on the machines and like just like rifling through stuff at like their parts and stuff. And
oh my God.
And everybody was like, Bob, you got to fire this guy. Like, this was before his 90 days was up. It was like, Bob, just cut our losses. This is no good. Bob didn't do it. He eventually got into a single car wreck on the 60, where he flipped his car like multiple times, broke like, cause he was on drugs. So he passed out while driving, broke his ribs front and back and his back, and like punctured his lungs. And then Bob did fire him when he was in the hospital. It's like,
oh no,
Jesus, dude.
Okay. So you didn't have 3. Jason was the third through the revolving door. That was your abs engineer.
The one more was this guy in between who was brought to me, and he was all right, but he was like also like a druggie kind of, like just very twitchy and like really weird. And he eventually got fired because like we all got company cards at Methods. They gave us like a green Amex or whatever. And he was like buying like his like washing machine and his like all this other stuff. And he wasn't, which is like fine to do if you pay it off because you're personally responsible for it. But he wasn't doing that. And so, and like he never had money. And then, so that's how he got fired. So at like this last one, I'm like, Bob, I am doing this myself. But like Bob was really hot to hire somebody. And the first guy, his email that Bob was like, I'll fly this guy in right now from like the Midwest or something.
That was
me. No, it wasn't you.
Oh, it
wasn't me?
Oh,
No.
I talked to Bob in Ohio for a moment.
No, because we talked about this. No, the first guy had an email address on his resume that was like prayhard@aol.com or something. And he was like, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist, so I can't work on Friday afternoons or something, but I'll work second shift. And it's like, I was like, hold on, do you even know what we do? And he was like,
there is no second shift, and he's like, it's Methods.
Yeah, he didn't know what we did. And it's like, man, which is like, I can forgive you for like not knowing what like a contract manufacturer does specifically. And like, but it's like, we sell machines. Like that's all there is to it. So then and I'm going through resumes and I see Jason's, and Bob almost didn't give it to me. He was like, I almost threw it in the trash because it was poorly written to.
Whoa, shots fired.
Yeah. We've talked about this.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. It was like, it took like, and a little like,
because I didn't read the room. Like, what are you're applying for this job. Why are you throwing all this crap in there?
And
you're like an expert in manual machining, turn threads on nuclear subs.
It was mostly on like programming. It was, apps,
and,
you know?
Oh, geez.
And Bob Nakash is like one of the best bosses I had, but he was like mile a minute. Like, so he's just like speed reading these things. And he almost threw it in the garbage because it's like, yeah, Python, Swift, this, that, the other, blah, blah, blah. But then you get like the little keywords in there. Esprit, we use Esprit. Triple turret Mori, like that's pretty tight. Nakamura's. And then we chat and I'm like, yeah, let's like, it was awesome. And then we hired him, obviously. And I think we only worked together for like a few months, but we did some cool shit.
Yeah, so Chris, that's when really I started diving into and really Methods opened a world up to me of the possibilities of what this industry can do. Like, so I had a very good solid base of, I can make parts, you know, obviously manual machining. I can program Mazatrol. I can dabble in Esprit. I did many things, but I didn't, and I knew of all the technology at this point, but I didn't really have my hands on with everything I wanted to do, right? Or see, was really interesting is seeing how other shops ran or how other shops did things. And that was the most fascinating thing to me about the job. So Chris, he left. Chris, what Chris started me on there, because Chris was getting big into it at that moment, was macros and doing a lot of stuff with macros. And then he was showing me things, and it was very, very interesting to me. So Chris and I hit it off great. Chris was a little trepidatious about hiring me too. I remember in the interview hiring me, he's like, because Chris is obviously younger than me, and he's like, and I guess, you know, he had some issues before with someone else.
The other two guys were both like 20 years older than I was, and it was a huge problem.
Yeah,
like,
that they're taking, taking orders from a kid or whatever.
Yeah, and they both sucked. Like they deserved it, but
Yeah.
it was such a problem for both of them.
So he asked me if that was going to be a problem. Like, no, actually, I'm fine as long as you're not a dick.
Yeah.
And so this is what, 2017,
2016?
2016. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 2016. So then, Chris left that job to go do his California thing. And so then I got moved into Chris's role as the manager. But I was then I hired this guy JD, who I like him as a guy. He was definitely behind the curb as far as what needed to be, what you needed to do the job. What's that?
I think Dylan knows JD.
Do I?
I think you've met him. He's the Datron salesman.
Right. Oh yeah, we've talked on the phone.
Big Red. He's a good guy. Great guy. But I brought him in. He was green definitely for that position, but I thought he could definitely be something that we can groom him into. And I like basically when I hire people, even when I hire them now for my company, the thing I tell everybody in the interview, like, I don't hire assholes. I don't care if you're the best in whatever you think, whatever I need. Like, if you're the best programmer in Esprit, but you're an asshole, I'm not hiring you. I rather hire someone that doesn't know Esprit very well or is willing to learn Esprit that can work with my group. That seems to be the most important thing that I've learned. So,
right. You can train somebody to be a machinist. It's really hard to train somebody to not be an asshole if they're already there.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. And doing what I do, especially now with the startup and everything, like, I don't have time to suffer fools. Like, I got to go. I need to know that everybody's going to make mistakes. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to maybe lead my team down a wrong path. And I need them to understand that it wasn't done on purpose and that I'm not a jerk about it, and that they're not going to be, jerks about it in return, and then use it as an excuse to slow down the progress that we still need to make forward. Like, just let's forget about it. Let's move on and go. And that's kind of, what I'm trying to harbor in what I do now. So and it started with JD, and then that was going great. And so I was seeing a lot of different shops and seeing how they implemented things, and coming from, Lincoln and thinking how Lincoln did things, and inherently had like 5S and stuff just built in. They didn't call it that. It was just kind of built in from the 50s. But then seeing, like what, Pearson Work Holdings doing, not him personally, but I'm saying other shops, and seeing how other shops do these things and how they have to make programs to actually implement those things in a shop, because it's just not baked in, and, kind of get into the culture of doing these things. I just found it so fascinating in Arizona, and just going through these shops and meeting different things. One of the things you'll learn, though, if you're an applications engineer or manager for a methods group or something like that, is if you're competent, you are going to get offered jobs all the time to come work for the companies.
The time.
Because they're like, oh, we need you, and they offer you a lot of money to do these things.
Can I slow you down real quick? Because you're heading into NG2, and but you skipped over the two dope projects you did at Methods while we were working together, which was the Triumph one.
Oh yeah,
the one where that old guy was like, "You guys we can't do this. You guys can't do this." Yeah, and then the other one was the AceCo one, which was really cool. Sick. That was sick.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
The Triumph one was more of a.
As a work holding.
It was a work holding issue. Like, they wanted to do something. They were thinking, like, if you can make this part for us on a robo drill with our fixture and hit the tolerances we want, we'll buy the robo drill, right? And we're like, okay. So they gave us a fixture. We programmed everything, like, it's easy peasy, and it just was not coming out right. Like, we would bring them over to them. They're like, the part's bad, and this is why it's bad. So then looking at the data from their CMM and everything, and then just thinking, I'm like, I'm thinking how I think, I'm like, and learning from my mistakes from what we have all talked about. I'm like, what if the machine's not good? That's one thing. But wait a minute. What if the fixture's not good? What if what they're giving me is not right? And I'm assuming that I have these tools at my disposal that are right. And that's exactly what was wrong. It was off by like an inch or something. So on the sweep, if you can imagine, like it was kind of like how would you say? It was like a trunnion that was on a fourth and it would swing, right? And based on the location of where that thing mounted and where you needed to swing on different directions is how it kind of like, you're controlling like the position of the machining that you were doing, and you had to kind of blend, I think, between a couple different angles or something. And if that was wrong, that will never be right. And it was not right by like an inch or something. And I brought it to that old guy, and he had his own tool room, and he was definitely an old cantankerous dude. But he was legit. Like if you could show him that it was wrong, like he's, gonna fix it. And he had his own tool room guys, and he's like, my guys they couldn't screw that up. They're too good. And I'm like, I'm telling you, man, I'm like, I don't know, but we should probably go through it. So we brought it over to him and went through it with his tool and die guys that made this thing. They're like, oh yeah, we fucked up. This thing's off a considerable amount. So that was nice. But yeah, that comes back to like, I probably would have never done that if I didn't go through all the shit I went through, right, leading up to that point. Like, don't trust yourself or anything else.
And don't trust customers.
You gotta know how to break it down.
Yeah, don't trust customers.
Because he didn't buy the machine.
Yeah, and then he didn't buy the machine anyways.
Oh.
And then AceCo was an interesting one because AceCo...
That was really cool.
Yeah, they're up in Idaho, and they a company that manufactures many different things. One of the things that they were working on, and they still make today, I think using the thing that we came up with, is a robo-drill with automated reloading robo-drill. And they were making like a knife blade. If you can imagine a blade that's about 6 inches long, that's held on both sides. So the ends are stubby and the middle is the blade. So basically you take an end mill and you kind of cut the blade and you roll yourself out. And they would use that, I think, to cut potatoes or something. Yeah. I don't know.
I actually have some of these in my backpack right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, because you were there.
Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm. And so it looks kind of like this.
Yeah.
That's basically what they look like.
Okay.
But it's very, very thin in the middle because it's a freaking blade, right? And they were doing it with grind. I think they maybe even still doing it with grinders, or they want to switch to grinders. I don't know. But anyway, it was very hard for them to control it because you would get very bad chatter, or they just couldn't get blade tight enough. Because I mean, it's very small steel. I think it was stainless and it was springy. And
it was warping.
And it was warping too.
Right. I'm sure it was pushing. Yeah.
That was the cool thing, what you did with the fixture.
Yeah. So what I did was I made the fixture, and this is again something I learned at B&W because we had to do a lot of stuff we had to do there, and how the guys were when I was watching, like the engineers tackle, they had to do very tight tolerances in unrestrained conditions. So you had to mimic in your fixturing an unrestrained condition and learning how to do that, right? So I took that kind of approach to this where I'm like, all right, I'm just going to bend the fixture. So I cut the fixture at a radius angle, and then you take the whole blade and you just bend it to it. So that way you are stout the entire way. And then when it bounces back out, it's just perfectly straight.
And it works so fucking well.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
That's awesome.
It was a cool. I mean, yeah, that's cool that you think so highly of that. Cause I thought it was cool, but I don't know. I just didn't, I just thought like, that's how you solve that problem and now move on to something.
Well, that's like, cause that's one of those things, like at that time I was 26, 27, like I hadn't really had a lot of like shop experience. Most of it was all apps work. So it's like, I was skeptical of it. Personally, I think we talked about that. Mm-hmm. Bob didn't think it was going to work at all. And even after it worked, he still didn't think it was going to work. I remember you and I talking to him and him saying some really off the wall shit that was like that where we left. And it's like, this guy, it's out of, doesn't make any sense, but it ended up going. And I think they've bought they still do it that way. Mm-hmm. They've bought like a couple more of those cells. Mm-hmm. I have pictures of one of those. Have I not sent you the new ones?
Me? No, I haven't seen them.
I'll send you some pictures. Yeah. I have some pictures of like some of the newer cells that they
implementation. Like we proven that we could do it. We showed them how to do it, and then soon after that is when I left for NG2. So I never got to see the full on implementation. I knew they, obviously I was still in contact with people at Methods, and I knew that they were doing it, but I never got to see the final thing.
Oh, yeah.
So you've mentioned NG2 a couple times. Mm-hmm. What is NG2 and why did you leave and all that stuff?
Yeah, So NG2 was a customer of Methods. So and Next Gen Squared. We just called it NG2. They were a upstart suppressor company in Utah in 2016 that had very advanced designs for their flow through suppressors. So it was like this new flow through technology where you're kind of controlling the gas as it goes. So you're not just stopping it as a traditional suppressor that causes, malfunctions to your gun and blah, blah, blah. So he had this guy, Ernie Bray, who is my business partner right now. He had this design, and he was going around shopping it to machine shops. I mean, he's a gunsmith. He knows, manual machining, and his design was so complicated. He was having a hard time finding anybody to make it. It was difficult. So he started talking to Methods, saying, "Can you make these parts for us? Maybe like turnkey." And he had a lot of money behind him at that moment, not investment money from companies that are trying to get into that boom of. At that time, it was right when before Trump got elected. And I don't know if all your listeners know this, but basically in the firearms industry, if there is a threat from the Democratic Party or a threat from the Democratic Party or a perceived threat from the Democratic Party, usually during those years, especially during the Obama years, the firearms industry goes gangbusters, right? When a Republican comes in, that fever of, what potentially could happen dies down considerably to where actually the market actually kind of goes down during Republican years. So it's kind of the opposite of what some people would think, unless you kind of think about it. At the same time, Silencer Co. was the 800-pound gorilla, still is the 800-pound gorilla probably in suppressors. And they were saturated in the market, and they would go into dealers at that time and say, and the dealer, has to they buy it from Silencer Co. or NG2, and then at a discounted rate, then they, mark it up and sell it. That's how they make money. And Silencer Co. would go in these places and they're like, well, I'll take 5 of them or whatever. Like, no, if you want to carry our stuff, you're going to take 50 of them.
Whoa.
And, you play the game because they were moving. And it's like, okay, well, you do that. Well, so we come into the market, and so they're coming into the market. I guess I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I'm still at Methods. I forgot. Ernie's talking and then contracted with Methods to buy machinery and to turnkey these parts and get it up into Utah. And so I'm dealing with Ernie every day on, speccing out that he's changing the designs as we go, which is, obviously Chris knows is very annoying. And, and so I'm trying to, turnkey these parts, and we have tight deadlines that the sales guy sold them on, and things are changing, and it's just tough. But Ernie was a very good guy and still is a great guy. And he was talking to me daily, and I'm just like, my head, I'm like, who am I handing this off to? That's the other part of this. I'm like, do you have anybody to run the shop or know what the heck to do with these freaking NTMX? So like B-axis lays. He bought 2 of those. He bought 2 AS200s, single turret, but, milling with Y, and 3 wire EDMs, a Kiwa horizontal, a 5-axis Mori.
Well, a lot of money behind it.
A lot of money.
And yeah, that's a lot.
And so and everything need to be turnkey on these things. And there was 2 different devices. One was the suppressor, and then one was the VF-18, or it was called the Muzzle Max at that point, that iteration of it, which we changed and we don't use it anymore. But anyways, those 2 products had to do a full turnkey through those machines, and and he was the one like speccing out the shop and buying the air compressors and doing all that stuff. And he didn't really have anybody helping him or anybody to lead that group. Right. That's scary. And I'm supposed to have this, I think I was supposed to have it done in like 6 months or whatever it was. I don't know. It was crazy. So he's talking, he's like, well, do you know anybody? I'm like, nah, not really. And in the back of my head, it was digging at me like, I think you want to do this. Like he was selling me on the dream so hard, and a lot of it didn't come to fruition, obviously. And I learned a lot about that, but he was selling the dream so hard. I actually really, and still do, obviously, very truly believe in the technology that he comes up with and his ability to patent that technology and IP, that I talked to Danielle about it, and I'm like, hey, I'm thinking about seeing if this might be something what do you think of that? And she was a little trepidation because, I mean, really, Methods is a great job. Like, it was very what I wanted to do on a day-to-day basis. And I mean, I wasn't going to make any more money than, but I was doing okay. It was fine. And I was in Arizona. I liked Arizona. Danielle hated Arizona. That's probably one of the reasons that she was okay with us leaving, because it was so freaking hot all the time. So yeah, then I said, Ernie asked one day, he's like, do you know, I'm like, you know what? Actually, I do know one guy. I'm like, I think I can do it. And so I went up and met them. I met Ernie, and I met, his name's Scott, and Scott was kind of the financial, not the financial backer of that of NG2 at the time, although he kind of ended up being that. And because he was the one that brought the money in. Ernie and him are very good friends for a very long time. And when
It's
Ernie came to him
with relationship.
Yeah. When Ernie came to him with like, hey, I think I figured out how to do this suppressor thing and got all the patents on it. Scott then believed in Ernie because they've done other business deals in the past that were lucrative, that paid off for Scott and so forth. So he was all in, and then he brought in, funding from investors and did all that. And they raised a ton of money. I moved up, had and that's what interested me. I didn't have any equity in the company at this point. I was just director of manufacturing operations, and I was just happy I was getting a very good pay, and I could mold a shop into any way I wanted. Right. And what I was, being sold on was, these things are going to take off. We're going to come up with new technology, and you're going to build the greatest machine shop ever to live. And we're going to support you in anything you do there. And I'm like, freaking wonderful. Yeah, I'm in. So, kind of a very stressful, but a dream job. You're building it and I'm building a shop from the ground up, so it was fun. But however, it was not fun. It became very, very, very difficult. There was very much you learn very good things and very bad things. And NG2 was a mix of both, mostly bad, I would say at this point. So I get up there, I'm assessing the situation. We had a beautiful, we got a nice building. We're renovating the building. We're doing all these things painting the walls, painting the floors. It's it's a showpiece. It really is. It became a showpiece for other people to go see some Methods machines until Methods had to take the machines back, which is wonderful. But it was a great shop. However, it was not the right shop for what we were doing because it didn't have power. So we have two massive NTMXs, two AS200s, 3 wires, the Mori 5, the Kiwa, the Robo Drill, a massive ass rotary compressor, and 400 amps of power.
Ooh.
You can't.
So half of what you needed.
Not even. Basically. Yeah, basically. I mean, if you ran it to where the actual load that was kicking out, probably you get away with 800. So we have to do a major upgrade to the facility to bring the power in, and they didn't have the correct power coming from the street. So we had to have the electric company dig up part of it, and then we had to pay a ton of money to do all this stuff. All the while, Trump's getting elected, the suppressor market's tanking big time. Our design's not done really, and I got to go. I got to make something. We got to make this company go. And all this is happening as the investors getting cold feet all of a sudden. They're we put all this money in here, and they see they're seeing that this maybe what they were promised as far as how fast we were going to get going on suppressors, and then maybe they were under the opinion that the designs were further along, and they were just they weren't ready for manufacturability yet or anything really. So there's a lot to do. And so learning that, and I mean, I knew that we had to go fast, right? So I'm and again, doing what I said, I got to hire people that I can trust, that I know that can just work with me right now. And so what I did was, from Lincoln Electric, there was 2 guys, one guy that was in that group when I was working on the 3 Mori thing. And then one of the guys that was a machinist just in that group. His name's Shane. Actually, one of the questions is from Shane. He's the Focus for Life guy.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So Shane and then Greg Strick, and both wonderful guys. Greg was an old time programmer guy. He really knows programming. And Shane was a really good operator and wanted to do more. And they're in Ohio though. So I call them up and sell them on the dream of coming out here and doing this thing. And flew them out and, did the thing, and they both accepted and they both came out. And so I have two guys from Ohio that believe in me, probably, obviously believe in me more than they believe in X2, which is very nice and humbling. Uprooting their families, coming out to Utah. And then soon after, we start finally kind of getting going, and Shane's doing a wonderful job. Greg's doing a great job, and we're kind of start getting parts off, and I'm solving constant problems. Then the writing starts, on the wall starting to happen. Like the investors are kind of getting weird, and I don't have the power, and I need to go. So you know what I ended up doing? So I ended up renting a freaking diesel generator and putting in switch gear that I ran certain machines off the diesel generator that sat outside that I rented at whatever. And we were paying thousands of dollars a month for, and thousands of dollars in diesel fuel to run two NTMXs. I think I had them hooked up to the AS200s. And then we had air conditioning put in the building, but we couldn't use half the air conditioning, but I needed to use some of it so I could run the other machines. And it was just this, it was unbelievable. But again, going back to like just solving the problem with what I had, like it was easy. It would be easy enough for anybody to say, screw it. We're just can't make these parts until you get me power. So we're just shut down. I'm like, I'm always trying, trying. Whatever we can do, and saying, okay, well, if we do this for this much, we can do this. And, so anyways, we did do a good job with that suppressor design. We started shipping them. However, again, we're going into a saturated market where our sales guys trying to sell into where no one's buying, even though we have the latest and greatest in technology. They're like, that's fine. I just can't buy 4-year cans until I move all these silencer codes that are sitting on my shelf. So, and then we're being hamstrung on the other side of the investment thing. So we can't even really send out a broad marketing campaign or anything to even move these products. And and at this point, I'm just seeing all this stuff and inserting myself more, just to make sure my guys are being taken care of, I guess. It got to the point, obviously, at the end where I was concerned, and they were missing, they weren't getting paid, or we weren't getting paid. And so I was very adamant, and every 2 weeks, I would be on the phone with Scott or with the investor or with whoever to make sure my guys are still going to get paid, and just doing that work. And then, it almost, it definitely attributed to me dying a couple of years later. So that stress and everything. And then it just finally just went away. Like there's just nothing there as far as that company goes. I actually tried to bring in third-party work at the end. I actually built another company as a DBA in there called the Very Good Machining Company, based off of The Office, or off of Parks and Rec, the Very Good Construction Company, Ron Swanson's. And luckily I had good connections through either other firearms company, other firearm parts that people at that time, or other just companies in general. So I was getting some work in there. It just wasn't fast enough, but I did, I could have, if I had like 2 more months, I think the amount of money I was bringing in would have covered at least the ongoing costs of the equipment and the people in the shop. However, there was a lot of cost that was, back that, wasn't going to ever happen. Like, not paying the rent for 6 months, or not paying for the machines, and eventually, and then that's what came to the final end, is like methods, because they did not pay for those machines in full. The investor was supposed to, never did. They came and pulled the machines because we didn't pay for them, so I didn't even have a machine. So it was just, we owned like 2 of the machines full out, and both NTMXs. Everything else was owned by Methods technically still. So anyways, that kind of just imploded. It's a startup. We tried to do something and we just hit the market at a bad time, really. And we had investors that backed out incredibly quick on that, and they weren't going to, hold us up anymore. And I don't blame them. It was just is what it is. Right.
So where do you go from there?
So where I go from there is, we liked Utah, and I needed to find a job because, again, I need to pay for my family, right? I can't not have a job. So I've, again, on Indeed or whatever, found a really good aerospace shop in Salt Lake City called Paramount Machine. Owned and ran by a guy named Steve Van Orden, who is a phenomenal guy. And I interviewed with him. He came down. I'm like, why don't you come down to my shop and see what I built so you can kind of see what I do, because I wasn't going to take like just a machining position at this point. I'm like, no, I need to be like, I want to be managing or in charge of something because I like that. And I like directing, and I just love all that project management stuff. It's kind of really was what I learned. And I like, doing that kind of thing. So I brought him, he came down to the shop, and I brought him down to the shop, and he saw like how clean and, how we were doing everything. And he liked, everything that we did. And he couldn't believe, the story of what we did, and how we did it with the diesel, generator and all this crap, and my programming expertise and Esprit and all that. And, so he offered me a position. He's like, I'm not sure. I remember it was great. He's like, I'm not really sure what I want you to do, but I know you can make me better. So I'm just going to just hire you on faith, and we'll just figure it out. Like, kind of just do whatever, whatever we can figure it out, we'll figure it out. It was pretty great. So I got a job there. I then petitioned for him to hire Greg and Shane there too. I'm like, these are great guys. And I was really honest. I mean, they are great guys. They're good workers. Obviously I hired them, but I was very much like, I need to make sure these guys find a home too, because they were losing their jobs in freaking Utah, which they came out for me or
right.
Whatever.
Yeah. You felt responsible.
I felt super responsible. I hope they still know that. But, so I got them jobs there. Greg's actually still there. Shane ended up leaving and going back to, well, he's in actually, where is he at now?
I think he's in Alabama.
Yeah, he's in Alabama now, but closer to Ohio where, he has family and stuff. So he left Paramount, I think after a year and a half or 2 years. I was at Paramount for a year, and all the while, like Ernie and I are building a relationship. I'm learning Ernie's faults. He's learning, and I'm learning that I'm very good at taking the good with the bad with Ernie. So Ernie does, he'll admit it too. I'm not speaking out of turn. Like he's got what he's really good at, and I got what I'm really good at, and we work very well together. And I know how to work with Ernie, which is an important thing. Like I'm saying, like we don't hire assholes. We got to work together. So I might not agree with Ernie, or he might frustrate me from time to time. And we've had many fights, but he's a genius when it comes to the way he thinks about firearms and firearm technology. And then on top of it, he's very, very good at writing patents, defending patents, researching patents, and doing all that. What I come in, then he comes up with those ideas, and he's got millions of them. He does his work. We just, and so during that time, he was working on new designs for the suppressor and new versions of the brake design, and and then expanding out into Jackal. He was just staying busy doing what Ernie does, right? And I was helping him do some design work and just talk through like, oh, maybe we should do, this way. But it was never like we weren't working as NG2, like we weren't getting paid. It was just me kind of helping out a guy trying to come up with some designs. I was done with all that. I was like, I'm happy with Paramount, whatever. And I don't, and I, maybe flew too far, too close to the sun. And I'm like, if I do anything again, I'm doing it myself, or I'm going to make sure I'm more involved, or, on a business side of things. So about a year or so into, we worked out the designs. Scott paid for some of the designs to be made for his new suppressor designs, and we farmed them through Paramount so I could, I can actually do the work, but Paramount got paid for the work or whatever, but at least I can see and program and do all that stuff. All the while at Paramount, what I'm doing there is I kind of ended up so I was doing quoting and bringing actually work into them, kind of doing that thing and estimating jobs and then troubleshooting. And and I guess I should say too, at that time, Scott owned the NTMX. He's the one that owned the NTMX from the two NTMXs from NG2. And Scott was asking me to find someone to buy those. And so I told Steve, I'm like, well, and Steve's always buying new equipment. He's like, well, yeah, I'm like, buy those. If you hire Shane, put him on them, and then I can program them and we can make parts for you. So like kind of, how we got, so that's what I was doing too. And he bought the NTMXs, we brought them in there, and we were, slowly realizing that actually those machines for what he was doing were probably not the best machines. And actually he got rid of, actually Silencer Co has them now. But, and Steve was all Maury shop, all Maury, loves DMG Maury. I don't know if he loves Maury per se, but he loved the company up there that was, New West that was supporting Maury until DMG kind of came in and take over. They did a very good job of supporting him. And that's really the most important thing. If you're buying machines at a high end, when it comes down to it, I think is making sure you get the support you need, making, I mean, there's a lot 100%. Of things to it, but it's super important.
When the machine goes down, does somebody have your back?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So that's kind of what I was doing for Steve. I was doing some programming, kind of setting up that cell, setting up those NTMXs, jumping over programming. He had a triple turret Maury that I used to run, the ones that I set up there. He had a little newer version of that. So I was doing stuff there. And then there became a problem, and I see this a lot in shops, and is they started getting a problem with quality. Because it's an aerospace, AS9100D certified shop, quality became a bottleneck in the shop of getting parts in. So they needed to get first article inspections done. And the way the guy that was running his quality department, everything needed to go through the CMM, it was just not right, because he didn't really have a quality plan built out other than just put everything through a CMM. CMM pumps out a report as long as everything's green, then they can run. Well, you can imagine you got all these, machines sitting out there, and then there's a queue. There's only 2 CMMs, and there's a queue of all these parts sitting behind those 2 machines. And as they check parts, and then they get it back and like, oh, this is red. And then, I'm assuming you guys know how this goes. It's the worst. And so that was a huge bottleneck. That guy ended up getting fired or quit. I forget. And he needed someone to take it over. So I took that over and started implementing more of a way. And the first thing I did, because I wasn't there too long, but the first thing I did in there was I built a little computer and built a dashboard website interface to a kiosk inside the quality room. The biggest thing is just knowing where your part is in the queue, and just knowing, just having the machinist having the information that, okay, this is where my part is. It's 2 behind here. Do I need to go talk to Steve or Jason to get this part moved up because we really need it to run? Or, just having that visual for everybody to see was huge. So we put a big 75-inch screen TV outside the quality department in the doors. I built this kiosk and everything. So you would put your part number and everything, and then it would just show it up on the board, like what was next being worked on. And then on the back end, I could go in and, give priority to something if it wasn't just a normal priority or whatever, So I built this whole thing. Everybody quite liked it. And then I was starting to work on, last thing I did was I brought in another shop floor Duramax to put on the back to where they could rapidly check parts on, because another thing too is no one was there on second shift. So the part would just sit there.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. And it was climate control, but there was parts that didn't need to go through those 2 big ass CMMs. Like we could use a Duramax and keep parts running, out on the floor. And so just going to more of that approach of putting quality closer to just shrinking the feedback loop of, do I have a good part? No. And then, but working within the constructs of not trying to blow up, because what I would do is I would start going into form function gauges and spending money there and getting things away from the CMM. And that's what my next step was. But the first step was just making the thing that they're used to more palatable and better, just as an incremental step before you really move into what your big thing is. I've learned that I have often thrown out, like, this is the big thing. Like, okay, we're going to do this massive thing. Kind of like what NG2 was like, we're going to buy all these machines at once and we're going to do all this crap. And it's like, no, there's a phased approach. That's the right approach. And that's, how we're going to do this now.
A foreshadowing for the future change management episode.
I was just thinking
that. Yeah. Huge. Like that's a hard learned lesson that you can't just be like, we're doing it all right now.
No.
Because it just scares people. It scares people so much.
Well, it's a waste of money. Simple as that. It's a waste of money and resources. And it just gives you stress that you don't need it. Like, it sucks walking into NG2 every day and seeing like 8 new pieces of equipment and only one of them's running.
Right.
And they're just,
well, I mean, that's very often the thing is like you rarely have the manpower
right
to execute on a large scale plan all at once.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So I was at Paramount, and then Ernie got new patents and new technology, and we went through and developed some of that stuff at Paramount. And we were looking into, Ernie brought it to me. He's like, I think we got enough here to maybe start a new company. If we can find an investor, or, find a way to do this. And I'm like, and now I'm more involved. And so I came up with like, okay, we can maybe partner with Steve, joint venture deal to where he'll give us a good price parts, better than he would, normal customers. I can help get those parts through with my expertise, so I can help troubleshoot and whatever. And then what Steve would get is, once we got these things going, he would get money based on the sales of those units of whatever widgets we made, right? And so I liked that a lot, because that means we're not footing the bill for, building another shop or anything. I still have eyes on what we're doing, because I'm still at Paramount. I wasn't leaving Paramount. we're just gonna bootstrap this thing and see how it goes. And then the money that we did bring in, all that money was just going to go to sales and marketing, right? Ernie was going to hire sales and marketing guys, and we were just going to sell the stuff that Paramount and I were making, right? And then COVID happened, and COVID really put me for a loop. Because of my wife, and my wife's immunocompromised, and my son is too. And COVID, I think rightly at the time, COVID scared the hell out of my family, me personally. And I just did not want to, I'm like, I can't be around other people, or I just, how are we going to make this work? And at the same time, we did get a bunch of funding in for is now X2 Dev Group. And Ernie, I believe in what we were trying to do at that moment. So I jumped on board. This time I'm, co-founder, part equity owner, and very much is my baby too. And so we decided to build another R&D manufacturing facility down in Utah, where I can kind of just be alone and kind of work on this thing myself. And all the while, Steve has been being very good to me and saying, let me work from home as best as you can. It's really hard to work from home when you're, but I was doing a lot of programming and just having meetings with the quality people and then meetings with potential customers. So it was fine, but it wasn't, it's not what Steve wanted for sure. He was definitely doing it as a favor to me, which I greatly appreciate. Like, the guy is such a wonderful, wonderful boss. And all the while I'm trying to work on this stuff too. And then it just came to a point where I'm like, I feel like I can't work for Steve anymore. I can't do this. I can't. So let me just dive into, and we had the money. So let's just dive into an X2 and let's get some machines and just see how we can, and we get some investment money in there and see how it can work. So, we got a little place down in American Fork, Utah. I ended up buying the NTMX back from Steve. Well, an investor paid for it. So we got the NTMX in, and then Steve rented me some machines he was getting rid of. One was the machine that sucks the ass, the Mori 400 millimeter horizontal. And then,
the NHX 4000.
NHX 4000, piece of shit. And
crap
then
the concrete.
yeah. And then two are that old ass vertical, which was a wonderful machine, an old ass vertical mill.
MV40E, also a Mori.
Yeah, Mori MV40E, and then a Mori NL 2500 or 1500Y.
Which was also a great machine.
Yeah. The thing with Steve and his shop, he is meticulous about how he takes care of his equipment, and he's always putting in new equipment, but even the old equipment, it's like brand new. Like it's well taken care of equipment.
Right.
Like,
well, and those are historic, like Mori machines, not DMG Mori machines.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Except for the NHX 4000, which sucked ass.
Yeah. Right. But that one didn't come from Steve. That one came from the NHX 4000
it came from Steve, because Steve owned that company too.
Yeah, but he had just bought
that company. That's a good point. So Steve did not maintenance that machine.
Yeah.
He kind of inherited that machine at the same time because he kind of bought out another company, and he inherited that machine and then I, rented it from him.
And it's the classic, this machine was great before it
only cut plastic.
Yeah.
Super low hours.
It stunk. Like, remember when we first got it?
Yeah. Like crazy. Like something was wrong. Even like the Mori guy, the kid, I don't remember his name.
He works for Steve now.
And he works for Steve now. Yeah. But we showed him, like, if you handle jogged, like just move the X and did this, it was like, boom, 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 boom. We had to go so slow. And he's like, oh, that's not right. And it's like, yeah. And it's like, what is it?
It's not at all.
Yeah. And it legit, like, there was shook so much it cracked the concrete under the foot.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like
we only had like
4-inch
concrete there too, which is another issue. Like, it wasn't the best facility, but we were going fast and it had enough. Theoretically, it had. Well, no, it didn't even have enough power. No, you know what? I inherited that building. I didn't pick that building either, because when NG2 closed, because of ATF regulations and so forth, like, you got to manage. Don't get away with your FFL. Like, you got to manage where your suppressors went and everything with the government, right? And there was still some forms out there. So we needed to have an address to just manage the leftover blow up of NG2. And then Ernie also has his other company, which was a gunsmithing company that was tied in there called Red Creek. And so he had an FFL there too. So they needed to have a facility for just managing those things and just have offices just for managing. When we got that building, like, we weren't going to manufacture there. So the building actually wasn't made for the manufacturing there either, because we actually ended up having to pull power from the neighbor.
Classic.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. And then the floor wasn't thick enough.
Did you talk about, I don't think you talked about how somebody posted a picture when you were with NG2 doing the turnkey stuff still, that somebody at Methods posted pictures of the parts in a Facebook group. Yeah. And then the ATF came into NG2's facility and to Methods. Yep. And that was also when it's like, NG2 didn't have its FFL yet to manufacture suppressors. It was still under the Red Creek one. Oh my God.
It was bad. It was bad. Yeah, I forgot all about that.
Yeah, they don't screw around with that stuff.
No, you do not screw around with it at all.
Yeah, that was because that was part of was that part of the reason why the investors were like,
no, I don't think so. No, it was more just the market wasn't there and we weren't going as fast as they were promised or thought we should be going, I guess, as far as sales and so forth.
So we're talking 2020 now ish, or 2021, you now have your own shop, you have your machines. Mm-hmm. Where did this all go?
So then this is where Zap comes in. So Ernie, we're talking, we have some money. We're talking about the market's tanking again and no one's really buying accessories. And then Ernie has this idea for a full-on AR-15 style rifle, but with all the things, all the technology that he wants to incorporate to make it the best version of an AR ever made, right? And he's pitching this to me. And I mean, really, it's just on a freaking napkin. At this point, we have the Jackal charging handle, we have the VF-18 muzzle brake, we have our Orion suppressor, Artemis suppressor, all kind of done and out there, and we have manufacturing set up through mostly Paramount at this point to do that. So Ernie came up, he's like, I think we should do this rifle. We got some manufacturing time and you're going to be working here now full time, and let's bring in some machines, and do you think we should do this? And I mean, at that moment it was me, Scott, the one investor, Ron, and Ernie in the board meeting making these decisions. And we all decided, okay, let's give that a go. And what does that mean to make that thing go? And how fast can you make that go? So I'm going from nothing, and we want to get to this design, and that's going to cost this much money to do that. So first thing was, okay, is someone into this that's going to fund this thing? Because we needed more money, and we did find someone to start us on that path that saw the vision and wanted to see it through. It was a bunch of rich oil guys from Texas, and that were very into guns, and Ernie I think was the one guy's gunsmith, basically, whatever. So we got more money from them funding it just to start this, blue sky project, which was, nice, but we had nothing. I mean, really, we needed to do everything, and in a short amount of time, because, we needed to have prototypes to show to them so they would fund the next portion of it. Right. So we had to get to a prototype stage, and then, they'll fund the next part, what have you. And so I'm like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do this by myself, all the parts and figure everything out. So that's when I reached out to Chris. I said, hey, what are you up to? You want to maybe come out here and consult for a while? And he wasn't liking his job at that moment. And he's like, yeah, sure. I'll come out. So
yeah, he said 3 months. I got you. Yeah, can you give me 3 months?
Yeah, can you give me 3 months? That's what it was. Yeah. Yep.
I remember you telling me about this. I think.
Yeah, exactly. This is the I had had ZC for like a year basically, but I did nothing. And then he hit me up and I was like, oh yeah, sure. I'll do it. And then it ended up being about 2 years that we worked together.
Yeah.
I was working for Jason in Idaho when we on the first episode I was on.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So wait, when did the move to Idaho happen?
Oh, that happened soon too. We start working on the design of the ARX. Chris and I get working prototypes done in like 3 months. However, COVID started. I started realizing more about COVID, and actually I think I got COVID and it wasn't a big deal. And, so I started, and we want to do this big project. So I ended up hiring a couple of machinists to work with Chris and help get all the things done that we needed to get done in such a short time. And Chris knocked out, we killed it. We have our one design engineer that Ernie and I work with, works for us part-time, named David. And David is very good at getting you an 80% design. And then I take the rest of it and make it, work tolerance wise and everything. And then I'll make all the prints and figure all that out. So David did that. He made the functional version of what we want, because we have like patented lower control ambi controls that no one else has. We have a trunnion setup where the handguard meets into the upper that no one does. And then other things, if you look at, if you go to our website, you'll see it on there. It's a very different looking thing. And so David made the functional 80% design, right? And we're going hard and fast here. And
too fast.
Obviously too fast. Yeah, in hindsight. But it was fun. So we hired a couple design engineers, or design students from BYU, and to put lines to it. We wanted it to look very unique, and we gave them like the line, like we wanted all the lines that seemed like purposeful and not just like you're slapping an upper and a lower together and it's all boxy. Like we wanted it to be very smooth and a way to protect the controls, but in a way that was very aesthetically pleasing. And, and so they did that, and then they gave us back to us, and I liked it and I still love it. The thing is though, it's all surfacing.
Yeah.
On an upper and lower and billet. And so, that takes time. And
the models.
And the models suck ass.
Still crazy. Suck ass. However, I've never seen how the techniques that they used in SolidWorks are bananas. You can't modify anything without it just
Without it
completely
breaking.
without
breaking.
breaking everything. Like
Dude,
they did a lot
it's
of
like-
mirroring from one side to another, but then they're like calling out features like 30 inches away and then like projecting on to smash. It's insane.
It's bonkers.
Yeah, and David doesn't do that. David is very good at SolidWorks, like very, very good. And that's why I like using him. He works well with us because he can understand what Ernie's saying too, which is very important.
Fast.
Yeah, he's very fast. But they took that, his design, his functional design, and then did all this crazy stuff to it. So it became very hard for Chris and I to, when we came across things in the model that were wrong that we needed to fix because of tolerance stacks, or we needed to change something because we're like, we just can't even make that feature. It's freaking impossible. And we would adjust things on the fly. That's the beautiful thing about making your own product and knowing what I know or what Chris knows, and knowing, especially on the firearm side, like what's really important, what's not important, and just being able to just make those changes really quick and say, yeah, that doesn't matter. Like, I don't care if that's, there or not there. And it's not going to, as long as it doesn't hinder the functions of the design or the functions of the gun or the overall aesthetic we're going through, fuck it. We can change anything at any time as fast as we possibly can. Just make sure we document it.
Everything.
We changed everything. It turns out there was so many things because, again, David's working off of, and he works fast, but he's working off of models, maybe the Bolt or the, or whatever that were found online and maybe weren't vetted the best. They weren't, from sources that were making these things. And then and I don't know at that point either, like, and so we're just going hard and fast and making things and finding out that, oh, that doesn't work. That's not right. And then, fix them as we go. But we had functional prototypes of that design working in
3 months,
3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
Because we ran a little over.
I started end of 21 or early 22 or
that's end of 2020.
End of 2020.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So beginning of 2021. Yep.
Yeah. Because my first day at X2, my first day full time was September 12th, 8 days ago.
So it was, beginning of 2021.
And before December, before the end of the year, we had a complete firearm that was functional.
We still had a lot of work to do.
There was a ton of work to do, but it was enough to show potential investors and get them hyped to get orders and potential buyers to get orders that kept the company going more or less for like another 6 months or so before the Nemo deal happened.
Yeah, it kind of. So once we had the working prototypes, the first investor that we talked about that kind of got us going, they soured on us because of how they were doing the deal part of it. They didn't like, so they just kind of backed out of it. Still funded the beginning portion of it, but whatever. They weren't going to do any more, right? So, but we had functional prototypes that we can start showing around, and Ernie. Someone started courting. Ernie's very good at opening doors, and he has a lot of connections in the industry. And I don't know how the door got open, but there was this group, another startup that wanted to be basically a dealer distributor for high-end, unique firearm stuff. They only wanted to sell like a few brands that were really something different, and that they were this whiz-bang group of people that could really sell, right? And they had a lot of investor money behind them. And so we were working a deal with them, and it was becoming to the point where like the deal was going to happen where they were going to pay us, basically a royalty to the exclusivity of selling that rifle. So no one else could sell the rifle. They got the exclusivity of selling that rifle and our accessories of our entire product life into the future too. So like whenever we come out with new technology, because we got plenty in the pipeline, they would be the first right of refusal to bring that to the market. And the benefit there, to us was obviously we suck at sales and marketing so far. Like we might have the best stuff and we're really good at technology and manufacturing, but we cannot sell a damn thing or market anything. Right. And so it's like, oh, match made in heaven. These guys are, and they had the money, and now it was, though, we needed to land the deal. We needed to shore up how are you going to manufacture this in the quantities they needed, because they wanted to get to, I don't remember exactly, but I think the initial thing was like they wanted to get to basically 500 units a month in 6 months or something to that effect. Like ramping up,
wow.
100 in 3 months, 200 and whatever it was. And there was this ramp that was in the deal that we needed to hit. And so at me and Chris and started thinking about, okay, what machines do we need to buy? How am I going to, I either need to bring in a ton of funding now on capital equipment to build out a facility in a very rapid way to meet this distributor's demand on this potential deal we're going to get, which would set us up for a long time and be very good for us as long as they held up their end of the bargain. And as long as I held up my end of the bargain and didn't die, which is coming up.
I was going to say, man, you're burying the lead.
Yeah,
we're pretty close to modern day, and you're still not dead.
Because it just happened last year, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at the same time, I was doing some consulting work on the side, just because I didn't have enough to do in my life, with Nemo Arms up here in Idaho, and they were in position there. What they wanted to do as a company was transition away from solely just because they make their own firearms. They wanted to transition away from being a machine shop that just made their own stuff to being a general machine shop, right? And building that out and bringing in customers. And that's obviously what I've been doing for a while now. And I have a lot of good connections. And in doing that consulting work with their group, and then talking to their owner about how what we were doing on our side here and needed, it became evident to both of us that maybe there's something we could do together here, meaning that he had a ton of money to build a massive facility. So they built they had a massive building. It's up in Nampa right now. And they were going to transition and buy millions of dollars worth of equipment to, fill this place up and then go hog wild on bringing in, manufacturing work or whatever. And they needed someone to make that happen, to orchestrate that thing. And I have that ability. And so I said, okay, well, how about we do this? Again, kind of like the Paramount thing, like on the ARX is like, okay, well, if you can give me preferred pricing and ability to push everything through your shop, you will pay for, we're buying the parts from you. So and you need to anyways, you're paying for the machinist. It's, I'm just lending my expertise and running it basically. That was signed up as basically I was going to be the CEO of their shop and my shop. But my shop was going to be in their shop. I was going to move up the pieces of equipment that I was keeping in American Fork, move them into that facility there. They were going to carve out a little space just for X2 so I can keep the FFL and, do all that stuff. But mainly I would be just, Nemo mostly employee and, making sure X2 is being taken care of on the operation side there. So basically wind down all of American Fork and then spin up everything. And then what I was being told, and I wish I would have done, and I learned this now, one of the lessons I learned here, and this is on me, learning that what actually is going to be available to you in the time frames that were promised to you. We didn't get it in writing, but I was up there in the new facility. I picked all the machines, but I did not realize, because of the poor management, I feel at the company, how hard it would be for me to implement my plan because of the egos of the people that were already there and the inability of the leader to really set it up properly, or maybe he just didn't believe in me or whatever. I mean, sure, that's the story now, whatever.
Really, he just couldn't get out of the way. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. He brought you in. He did this with everybody, which is he would bring you in to do the job, and then he just wouldn't let you do the job.
Yeah. And then I started learning the people that were kind of and I'm trying to be.
You're being very diplomatic about this whole situation.
No, but I'm also trying to be diplomatic when I'm going through it too, because these employees that are a problem, I can get them. I think I'm pretty good at I can get along with anybody. I can make this work. They have good attributes, right? And I think I could maybe make this work, but I just wasn't ever given the power to make it work. And it was never going to get it. And then on top of it, the lead times on this freaking facility that I thought was going to be up in 2 or 3 months. And so it
just finished.
Just finished.
Yeah.
So but a big part of signing that distributor deal, the exclusive distributor deal, was signing the deal with Nemo. So I signed both deals at the same time. So Nemo agreed that deal, and then boom, distributor agreed. Great. We got a bunch of money in. We're going to shut down operations. We're going to perfect the ARX, but now we got to start delivering. And supposedly I'm going to have this great, opportunity to do that up there. And it became very quickly evident that wasn't going to happen in a time frame that was going to be okay for my customer. So I'm having weekly, and then again, Chris has never left me now, because now I'm like, well, now I got to do this. So I need you, Chris, to help me do this. And Chris was actually in the joint venture deal as a third party that I said that I would, my X2 is going to pay for consulting fees to get Nemo what it needs and what X2 needs, through this whole process. Cause I know I could trust Chris to do the thing.
Can I say real quick that, cause you wanted to talk about this, that the Akuma that I crashed was Nemo's Akuma, and I did it. And Jason was standing right next to me when it happened.
Oh no.
I was
he was showing me something cool.
I was like, this is a cool feature. And we both just watched the upper turret just slam into the and Jason turned to me and he's like, you need to leave.
Yeah, I mean,
so this is the one you crashed so hard you ended up fixing a problem.
Yeah.
Well, that was
Jason
the problem. That's the problem. Like
this.
Chris and I were fighting a problem with the spindles lining up, because it was moving off angle as you move. So depending on where you swept it, it would be different. And we didn't really realize that. Now I know to check that way going forward. I just assume, like assumption, you just assume that this is right, and it was never right.
Yeah.
And we were fighting it, and then again, same deal. Like the guy that was in charge of the shop at that moment hated. He's
also
Chris.
dead. He hated my guts,
and so this was all Chris's fault. And then Chris, and I'm playing. I'm just speaking Chris's praises, knowing like Chris is not the problem here, but I'm trying to do that dance right, and then that happened, and I'm like, yeah, Chris, you got to go. Because I'm like, this one I can't,
banished to the shadow realm that was American Fork.
Yeah, I'm like, go back down to Utah, because they still have the machines down there, obviously.
Yeah,
and
that was,
and I took that over.
That did lead to like a really funny interaction later down the road when we were doing the Omen buffer tubes,
right?
And fuck, what was that guy's name? Who hated me? I can't remember. He's also dead now.
Bill Shands.
He hated my guts, and I remember.
And again, I don't want to speak ill, because I deal with these people still.
Not Bill. But
same with your mom.
I don't deal with her very much either. But hey, you gotta. Me and my sister are talking this, because like she called me crying this morning, and she's like, I just have so much anxiety. And by the end of it, we're just like, she was just like, God, I'm so over it. LOL, bye. I'm literally dead right now. X's over the eyes. And you're like,
oh my God.
Wait, what? And then, but we made the Omen buffer tubes on the NTMX, which was a hilarious setup, because we put a 10-inch long drill on the lower turret by doing this like offset, like an offset tool holder. And like, it worked. Like we got that thing dialed, and I remember Jason delivering him, and then he told me that both the bills were like, wow, these are good parts. And Jason was like, who made these? Or like Jason was like, Chris did that. And Bill's like, demeanor. The guy who hated my guts was just like upset, because he just
still hated your guts.
Yeah, he still hated my guts, but and like just said what I did was good. It's like, yeah.
He's like, damn it.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, actually, these are trash. And he threw them away.
Yeah. So
you've got both shops. The Nemo deal's falling apart.
Yeah.
You're worried about hitting the guns that you actually are contracted to make.
Right. That we got prepayment on that, we need to start delivering on, because the way we're going to make more money is by delivering guns now. Right. And so like, this is it. Like, we got to do this. And
just real quick, how much did you weigh at this point?
I was 365 pounds. I'll share some pictures, Dylan, if you want to. I mean, I'm fine if you want to share pictures of before and after. It's totally cool with me. But anyways, I died, but we haven't got there yet.
Nope.
Yeah.
But I'm 365. Here's the thing. Like, I left Ohio. I'm always a big boy. I was like really into working out and stuff in Ohio. And I was like, when I was in really good shape and could bench like 360 or whatever. I was like 240 and built. And then the twins, my mom died and I got married and just kind of slowly. So when I left Ohio, I was like 270, 275. I was out of shape and I was like 270, 275.
Right.
By the time,
but you said that eating was your coping mechanism from all the way back then.
It still is, unfortunately. And so I ballooned up to, at this point, which is my max stress level. There's definitely a level of stress through the jobs and everything I did compared to how much I weigh. So I'm at peak stress here, right? 365 pounds is my max. And so dealing with, and then I was just diagnosed with diabetes. I had early onset heart disease. I was in very, very bad shape. And just terrible shape in all the ways. Remember, my wife finally got me, because I was kind of ignoring it, obviously. Don't have time for that. Got me into a doctor down to get my diabetes, probably got diabetes. I got the blood glucose meter you buy at, Walgreens or whatever, and check the fridges. I'm like, oh crap. So go in, they do the blood work, and like go in after that for a follow-up to go over what they found. And there's triglycerides in your bloodstream, which is basically fat cells floating around in your bloodstream. And the doctor, who's been a doctor for many, many years, says to me, "This is the highest I've ever seen it ever."
Oh.
Yeah. And it was a ridiculous number. I don't even remember. It's like, I mean, if you cut me open and you suck some of my blood, I think it would taste like Mac sauce. I mean, that's how bad I was bad. And I, for a while there, I was tracking my caloric intake just to see like, what am I doing? Like, how much do I really eat? And I'm not even joking. I was eating roughly 12 to 14,000 calories a day.
Lunch, lunchtime was awesome, though. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. But it was very, very, obviously very bad. But that's how I dealt with stress. Anyways, so the writing's on the wall, Nemo. But I still need to try to make Nemo work as best as I can. Like, even though, and so I'm having meetings with, and every week we're having weekly meetings with the distributor dealer group, and I'm being very honest about like where we're at, we got to do, and they're getting very concerned because pushing back dates. I'm like, but I'm telling you why, like I don't have a facility. But then again, going to, okay, how do I fix this? Right? Like, how can I fix this? And what do I need to do to fix this? And it's like, well, I can't be down in Utah again because my wife was not happy about moving up to Idaho. So when I signed with Nemo, I needed to move up to Idaho, and that one was not one that Danielle wanted to do. And I convinced her to do it because it was the best thing for the company. And we were finally there. Like, we had someone paying for our guns. We have, the manufacturing worked out. I just got to do my job and we'll be okay. Right. So I move up in October of 21 to Idaho. Very quick, find a house, pay too much for a rental, and start doing the job at X2, and then trying to manage, because I still had them running parts, because at least I had some machines down there. So I had them still doing stuff down in Utah. And luckily I had a couple of employees still there, and I was going to move them up. Well, wasn't sure. I was going to move them up to Idaho because I was going to have a little facility up here just to administer all the FFL compliance crap and, whatever. So that's how it was kind of going. Then I realized, like, this isn't going to work. Like, I need to bring the machines up here somehow and then I talked to the owner of Nemo and said, hey, because they bought the machines and the machines were sitting in crates. The building wasn't done. So they bought all these machines and they're just sitting there, and they've been sitting there.
A ton of equipment.
That I spec'd out.
4 UMCs.
Yeah. I spec'd it all out to do all these things, and which was great. So it was the things I wanted, but they're all sitting in crates. So I had the machines. I just didn't have a building or anything to put it in. So I was talking to the guy, the CEO of Nemo, about, okay, what if I lease a space up here? Find a space, lease a space up here. We drop those machines, my floor, my little shop floor here. I'll bring up my machines from Utah and let me just start going that way, and, that way at least. And then as parts are coming off your machines, even though they're in my facility, we still pay you the same rate that, we agreed upon, and blah, blah, blah. And he said, okay. So I found a facility, a place to lease off of the back of the anodizer building, a shit space that was just filled with garbage that didn't have the, the proper power drops or anything. But I'm like, but there was nothing else available. Like Idaho's booming. There's just nothing. Like I got to go now. So I took it. I didn't even have a big enough doorway to get the NTMX through. So I needed to hire contractors to cut I had the landlord approve it, but then I hired contractors to cut the freaking wall out, put a bigger garage door in, and then hire people up here to help me get these machines going. Right. And I have Chris, and at that point, Chris had, a couple employees who.
No, this decision directly led to me hiring James.
Right. And then James was on site 100% of the time, or most of the time with me, and so was Zap until, things got going. So basically I had those two guys, and then I had, I hired two people. And so this is T- 2 weeks until I croak. I have a building. It's all in my head. One of the things I'm going to get to, but one of the things is, how I was saying, like, I feel like I can do anything. I also feel like I should do everything. So everything's in my head.
Don't I fucking know it, dude.
Yeah. And so I'm doing, there's been days where there's still days like this, but during our sprint to getting that ARX Light Fighter out, seriously, I was 22 hours of just working, whatever. And its thing is, like, I could have, looking back on it, I could have gave some of that stuff to other people that, like Chris, who I was paying to do stuff for. But Chris was buried too. And that's the thing, like, just, it became a thing, but a lot of everything is in my head because I'm running the entire company. I'm paying all the bills. I'm doing everything except for, compliance. I had a girl that was doing compliance, which was a stressor because she was hard, but she was anal. And I liked that about compliance stuff. And then I had one not good machinist, but he was a lovely guy, and I quite like him, and he was learning. Jeremy, good old Jeremy. He reaches out every once in a while. I got to actually call him. He's a very nice guy, and he's trying to learn. He's trying to be better. But so I had him down there, but he needed Chris or someone to be there to make sure he was making good parts. And so, and then I had Michael, who's my very, very good friend, especially through the last year or so, Michael Morton. I hired him as like a sales marketing guy prior to bringing the distributor on. So then when we brought the distributor on, he kind of was managing that deal, but it wasn't really like he needed to go out and find new stuff, because we kind of had that locked down, but he needed to manage that. And then he was just helping me oversee things down there because he lived down in Utah. And then I had Chris up here, but I needed to hire good machinists up here. I knew quickly to help me, get this going. So I threw out an ad, and T-minus 2 or 3 weeks before me dying, I got this building. I'm hiring an electrician to drop power. Got riggers coming in with the 4 UMC 500s. I got Chris programming. Just two. Yeah, that's right. I got Chris. I got the RoboDrill coming in too, I think, at that moment. And then I got Chris coming in to program. He's got his guy coming in, but I got to drop air conditioning into the building. So I'm figuring that out. I got to put a wall up between us and anodizers, and just all the things, right? And then transferring getting an FFL up there, because you can't make a license lower there without, having the FFL. So, I'm doing all these things right then, hiring these two guys. I hired Chuck Arndt as my shop manager. He's still my shop manager today. Who's fucking awesome. Yes. And killer. Yep. And then Justin Hoffman, who is wonderful Swiss machines, because I needed a guy, because I was buying a Swiss and I needed a guy to run a Swiss, and I'm not great on Swisses. So I'm like, all right, I'll kind of placate and I started hiring on things that I couldn't necessarily do, I think, at that point. And he just seemed like a all around good guy. And he's a freaking phenomenal guy. So I hired those two guys.
I'm getting anxious just hearing about this.
Oh.
So I can only imagine
Yeah.
the level that you're at this point.
Yeah. So I got the stress of I might lose. And at that point, before I die, I'm like, got the stress of the dealer distributor is getting antsy and might back out of the deal. Managing that as best as I can, but there's only so much you can do there. I am trying to build a shop up here, bring in machines from all over, shut down, government, controlled stuff there, trying to move it up here and just trying to get everything back under my control. And then delegate out hopefully to, Chuck and Zap and his team and just go. And we're going to make these things and we're going to, have a new timeline for you for whatever. So I'm at Nemo on April 21st of 2022 and, I'm not feeling good. And a little more backstory. I don't know if you know, or anybody knows, but I always had a hiatal hernia. What a hiatal hernia is basically you got this muscle that inflates your lungs that goes around your esophagus at the base of your stomach. So between your stomach and your lungs, and there's a hole in there and your esophagus goes through there. And whenever you're not eating, it clamps up and shuts off your stomach from your throat. And lots of people have it. A lot of people don't even know they have it, but a little bit of my stomach was pulled up through that muscle area. So it never really got to shut off all the way. So I'd have really bad acid reflux growing up and, stuff like that, especially as I got heavier. I had a hard time like laying down flat after I ate because the food would just float in my throat. I had some ulcers in my throat and whatever. So you basically take Nexium or something and go on your merry way. That's a precursor. So that day I'm not feeling hot. And I end up using the bathroom and it was the most god awful thing that has ever came out of my ass. Stunk so bad. And then I'm just like, oh man, I really don't feel good. I'm like, I think I'm going to go home. And it was like already 3 or something. I'm like, I need to go home. I don't feel so hot. I'm walking out and I just so happen to be walking out with one of the guys that worked there. And he's like, you okay? You don't look good. I'm like, yeah, I don't feel good, but I'm going home. I get home. And as I get out of the car, the urge to, have diarrhea was incredibly powerful. So I run in the house, and in the foyer of my house, I have a little, by the front door there. I came through the garage. In the front door there's a little bathroom, off to the side there. Just has a toilet in there and a sink. It's very small. I run in there, get on the toilet, and I'm a big boy. I'm 6 foot, 365 pounds. And the way this bathroom works is the door opens up inside and and when you swing the door, it just barely clears the toilet, right? So if you're sitting on the toilet with the door closed, you're blocking the door from opening, which is important here. I started feeling really bad, like something was way, way off. So I just ran in. I didn't talk to anybody. My family's out in the living room right next to me. And at the time, thank God, my mother-in-law and father-in-law were living with us too. So they were there too. I opened the door up, crack it, and I'm like, Danielle, come here. Something's wrong. And I remember the day before we got in a big fight and we never really resolved it before bedtime kind of deal. So she was pissed at me, low key pissed at me. And, but I'm like, I need you to come here. And so she came over. She's like, and then, obviously the look on her face, she's like, what is going on? And then I just started passing out. My head fell back, and a lot of this now is what I'm going to be telling you is I'll let you know when I come through and when I don't come through. A lot of it is just what Danielle had to experience. So, the last thing I remember there is she reached her hand through to hold my hand. And then I'm like, something's wrong. And then I started passing out, and she couldn't get in the bathroom because I'm blocking the door. I'm 365 pounds of dead weight. I'm totally unconscious, and my head is trying to slam into the side of the sink. So she's just trying to hold my head up through the door crack just so I don't, bust my head open. The last thing I remember hearing is her yelling, call 911, and next thing I know, I came through. I don't know what happened. So I'm out now, but what Danielle has told me is she finally pushed her way through. She's sitting on the sink, just holding my head until sorry, until the ambulance people, the fire department showed up first, I guess. They come in and they're, trying to assess the situation. So they eventually get me out onto the foyer, outside of the bathroom, just on the floor, right? And I remember coming through for a little bit there, and I remember trying to make a joke because that's kind of my thing. Because I got that Ohio thing in me when I'm telling about, like, I always feel guilty for everything, and I'm like, oh man, I made these firefighters freaking carry me out, and my poor wife.
God.
I'm always guilty. I always feel so guilty, so I'm like, I'll make a joke. That's how I deal with things, and I'm like, is this really happening? And Danielle's crying, and then I look up and and unfortunately I remember seeing my kids on the stairway because the stairway's right there. And I'm like, oh, and I'm, I think I'm half naked at this point because, of whatever. Yes. And so they're like, all right, we need to bring it to the emergency room, obviously. So I'm awake a little bit. And so I'm in the ambulance I passed out again or something, but they get me in the ambulance. I get to the emergency room around the corner. They get me in a room. I'm still out. They did a CAT scan. I don't remember that, but I remember coming back from the CAT scan and being awake and being perfectly normal. Like, I was talking to Danielle. We were talking about, like, I'll probably get it. It's probably, because I was sick for like 2 weeks prior to this, like really bad cough. And I'm like, I probably got pneumonia or something. And, just loss of oxygen and passed out or whatever, just because I felt fine. Like, I really felt like I was just going to go home. I was texting Michael about work stuff, making jokes with the CEO of Nemo because I blew up the bathroom there and just left immediately, and he had to clean it up. And, and I was apologizing because I heard him say something as I was walking out the door. So I was apologizing, like, hey dude, sorry, that was me. I'm actually in the hospital now, but I think I'm going home soon. And then the doctor came in and I remember this perfectly. He said, you're dying, and the only people that can save your life are in University of Utah. And we got to go now. And the crazy thing here, Dylan, is my wife filmed it on her phone. So my wife couldn't believe what she was hearing. So she just hit play or record just so she could hear. She wasn't processing, I guess. So she was just, so you don't really see me, like, it's not like she's holding it in my face, like, yeah, get his reaction, make him cry.
Put it on YouTube.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But so she still we still have it. It's, I think Chris, you've heard it.
I haven't heard it.
Oh, really?
Noob gets owned by sepsis.
Yeah.
Video.
Yeah. So, so I'm asking, like, or Danielle's asking, I'm asking, like, what are you saying? Like, he's like, I can't give you, he goes, statistics don't matter at this point. I'm like, do I have a 5% or like, it does not matter. The only thing we can do is try. And the only people that can do this are in University of Utah. We have a plane standing by in Boise because I was in Meridian at the point. And like, so we got the life flight ready. We need to go now. What had happened was my whole stomach got pulled up through my diaphragm. Don't know when it happened. I don't know how long it was there or whatever, but my entire stomach got pulled up through. On your stomach, the blood flow for your stomach is supplied from the lower region. So that was cut off at some point from being pulled up through. And so my stomach died. And it was a septic time bomb sitting next to my heart and my lung, just waiting to blow, basically. And and it was starting to leak out already. So that's where I was like passing out, and I was becoming infected by this thing, And so need to go now. And the only people that can maybe save you are these people. And obviously, again, like I said, I'm in very bad shape at this point. So like that doesn't help to be freaking 365 pounds diabetic, on just in bad shape as it is, going into a situation where you got to, all this crap happening on inside your body. That's very, very bad. So anyways, they get me, I had to say the goodbyes to my wife that take care of and I didn't get to see my kids or talk to them, cause they weren't there, obviously. And very quick, and I didn't know what to say. I just, and I remember Danielle said, you wake the fuck up. Like she said, you go to sleep, you wake the fuck up. And she kept on saying, wake the fuck up. And I said, yeah, I will, and I love you, and, you know, take care of the kids as best as you can. And then, she needed to go home. It was at nighttime, kind of. So like, there was no point of her driving down to Utah at that point. She was a wreck, you know, and they didn't know if I was going to make it, obviously, to Utah. So like, there's no point of you know, in the state you are in, drive down there. So they told her to go home. They would keep her updated, and in the morning she could head out, you know, if I made it or what have you. So I'm in the ambulance transitioning, and I'm awake and aware at this point. Just said bye to my wife, put me in an ambulance, and they're transferring me to Boise so they can get me in the life flight helicopter to fly me over to Utah. So I'm in the ambulance, and I'm like, all right, the things I'm worrying about, I needed to call my business partners and make sure financially that my family was going to be taken care of. But, you know, so I call Ernie and I call Scott, and, you know, told them what was happening, which was insane, I'm sure, to hear as I'm in an ambulance. And when I, you know, made them promise that they would take care of my family, and they said they would, and then told them I loved them. And then I think I called you next, Zap, but you didn't answer.
Yeah.
And then I called Michael Morton to let him know what was going on, and and I wanted him to, you know, and I asked him to help take care of my kids, like kind of in a fatherly way, because he's a great father. And so, you know, and then I started calling my dad to let him know, you know, my mom's dead. I want to let my dad know, and I don't remember talking to him. The next thing I remember is me kind of passing out again, and the EMT or whatever in the ambulance taking his finger and pushing it into my chest so freaking hard. And he kept on saying, just stay with me. Don't fall asleep. Stay with me. And I remember in my head, the last thing I remember saying is, yeah, I'm not doing that. And I was out.
And by out, you mean you died?
Meaning, yeah, I died. So
holy shit.
What I was now, the next 37 days or 34 days? I'm in ICU.
I think it's 37.
37 days or something like that. Anyways.
In 2 different ICUs.
Well, yeah. So obviously I wasn't going to make it to Utah. So they had to do an emergency surgery in Boise where they cut me open from my chest bone all the way down to my little pee-pee guy and ripped me open and tried to remove as much as they could to just stabilize me enough to get me to the team that actually could do the work, or that could potentially do the work, you know, or whatever. So to try to save as much as my esophagus or whatever, or I don't know, save me, or I don't know what was entailed in the half surgery to get me enough to get over there, but they left me wide open, cut out whatever, and had me on. And that's when
they sucked out a bunch of the infection.
Yeah. And that
was the big thing. Cause it was getting into your blood.
Oh, okay.
And that's what was going to continue to kill you. So they cut you open, cut as much of your stomach out as they could get to, much. and then cleaned everything as much as they could, as quickly as they could inside to keep you alive enough to get you to the gastrointestinal place at University of Utah.
Yeah. So, so there's that. So then as I understand it, what they call coded, I flatlined the first time in the helicopter and they had to bring me back to life. And then I got to Utah. They had to do another emergency surgery or whatever. I died again there, I think. I don't know. This is where I'm out. So I'm just, Chris is there. And here's the lovely thing. This is why I love Chris. And this is why I love Michael Morton. They're with my wife this entire time. So Danielle's down there, Zap's down there, Michael lives down there, and because of the dynamic, you know, just it was wonderful. So Chris was there and seeing some stuff, or whatever. Maybe
I was in Utah when this took place, because like when you called me, I was in Gunnison in a trailer, my customer's trailer or whatever,
right.
And so when it happened and I heard from Michael Morton, it's kind of same thing that happened with like my mom just recently. I went into work and I was like, I'm leaving. And I went and I drove up to Utah, or I drove up to Salt Lake to the university.
So Danielle got down there. I was still alive, barely. They had me on, life support and all that good stuff. And then she was being told, like, every day they were doing some other surgery or something, or I was getting a new infection, developed pneumonia, or then they were trying to decide, like, what's the best way to fix my insides, and save my life, but then not remove as much as, they would need to, so I could live maybe a life or whatever.
They were doing surgery so much, he was open the whole time.
Yeah.
Like for like 20 some days, like they just put like a patch over the top, and twice he sneezed. And his guts came out of his body.
No, dude, no, stop.
Yeah. One time.
All right, well.
I didn't see that.
Danielle.
But Danielle did.
Yeah.
But like seeing.
Yeah.
She
when you said trigger warning, like I should be like, oh yeah, there's a trigger warning for this episode. I was like, yeah, whatever. But
dude, it was.
I think I'm starting to understand what you were talking about now. It was
fucking intense. And then, so that whole thing was happening, and then he kind of stabilized. Like there was a tube that was permanently inside of him, or that was like
there was many tubes permanently inside.
There was, but there was one that was just for infection drain, and it was just flowing out of him. It was crazy, and they kept going in, cutting more out, cleaning him over and over and over again, and then he died again. And that's when they moved, he got moved from the gastrointestinal ICU to the cardiovascular ICU, because now his heart was fucked up, because of the infection and stuff. And I've never seen, like, his heart rate it was crazy to see somebody like laying there, and his heart rate was like through the roof, like just like 130, 140, something, just out. And it's like, oh my God, this is insane. It was fucking insane.
Yeah. So, Danielle's being told every day when they're doing a surgery that, this is the one
this could be it.
This could be it, so she's getting that roller coaster every day. And, and then they're thinking at one point that I was brain dead, turns out, which we still need to follow up on. I'm in excellent health now, but I had mini strokes. I guess they show up as like little black spots or something on your brain scans or whatever. So when they were scanning for brain activity, they saw like, hey, he's had strokes. And I don't know, we had other pressing issues at the moment. So they were afraid that I lost cognitive ability, and it was just bad. And Danielle was constantly having to make decisions or hear terrible things for those days. But all in all, I flatlined 3 times altogether. I made it back every time. And then I woke up, and it was the weirdest thing. So this is, So
they trached you.
Yeah, they trached me because they couldn't breathe or whatever. So I was trached. So I couldn't speak when I woke up. If you're trached, you can't speak. You don't have a voice. And then I've been laying in bed for 37 days or whatever. I had atrophy. I couldn't use my fingers or anything. Then I'm just coming out of being incredibly doped up for 37 days on drugs that, were keeping me in some lucid state. So I wasn't going to feel all the pain that I was going through. And so it was just, it was just so weird. And then, the first thing I remember, and maybe I was coming in and out before, but the first thing I remember is, cause everybody's wearing masks obviously and everything. And, I remember Danielle came in, and I'm like, I think that's my wife. I'm like, but I'm not sure. Cause I only could like see her eyes, and sure enough, it was my wife, which was great. And then from there, I started realizing the plight of my situation. And, what that was I still had some infection. I think I had a little bit of pneumonia still, and my one lung was filling up. So they, but I'm awake and I'm coherent, and which is all good. But now I'm learning that I no longer have a stomach or part of an esophagus. And what does that mean? and I got this tubes coming out of my side. I got a catheter still. I can't control my bowels. I can't move my leg. Like nothing's working. I can't talk. And then luckily, fairly quickly, and I really pushed really hard on this, probably too hard, I started just working on all those things. And I was showing really good improvement on like breathing and whatever. So they were expecting me to go like palatable care for a while, which is like hospice, and learn, like I wasn't going to get untrached there. I wasn't going to go home. Like I was going to have to go there for months and learn how to walk again. And from waking up in whatever it was, May, I left there June 6th and just went home. I convinced them enough, and I lied a little because I didn't want to go anywhere else but home. And so as long as I can walk to the bathroom and do, some stuff, like I went through and just did it all there, and then got good enough with breathing where they took the trach out and in the hospital, and I could start talking again. And my brain was there, and I was actually, much to my wife's chagrin, having meetings and learning, like what happened in the 37 days. Like, my company folded? Is like, what is going on? Right.
Michael Morton and I took over and started doing the QTR stuff, which like as soon as Jason died, immediately went sideways, like so sideways. It was bonkers. There was also like a lot of things, like the whole cognitive thing. There was things that were in Jason's head and on paper, that it was like some of the math that Jason was mathing prior to being sick was like impossibilities, like straight up impossible. And it's like, you realize like how affected he was, or like Michael Morton and I were like, holy shit, he's been sick for a while. 'Cause you thought like in your mind, this was all possible, but it was not even close.
Yeah. I did realize that now that I'm healthy, how I was in such bad shape, how foggy my brain was. I am so much more alert now than I've ever been, that I can remember. Like that's how, and I'm not even saying it was from the sickness. I'm saying like just from being so bad to myself and just not taking care of myself. Like there was a fog about I wasn't as good,
loose.
As I should have been, I guess. And I also think it ramped up really quick at the end there, because obviously I was just dying. But so I just started having meetings and just figuring out things, and Michael and Chris and Chuck and Justin, they all stepped up and kept it alive enough. And then I jumped in as fast as I could. I mean, I remember I got out, and then I had Danielle take me to the shop because Justin was having a problem on the NTMX. And so I had him had them wheel me in because I couldn't really walk too well, and get a chair in front of the NTMX, and I just pointed and told them how to do do the thing that we needed to do.
So when you left, how much weight had you lost just from sitting there for a month?
I was down.
That must have been just a giant shock to your body.
Yeah. So I was already down to like 280 from just that. So 365 to like 280. Like,
80.
Boom.
And how much do you weigh now?
I'm at 175.
Holy shit.
So,
and you gained weight recently.
Yeah, I was actually down to like 165 when I had my last issue in June. So, yeah, the way I live now, I don't have a stomach. And so the way I live now, just to get off of that really quick, is I don't have a stomach. My esophagus was totally yanked out of me. And you can't go back through because there's too much scar tissue there now. So they actually have to reroute it. It goes above my collarbone. And then I have like a little, no nice way to say it, I have a butthole, which is the end of my esophagus sticking out of my chest, right below my collarbone. So because there's nowhere for saliva or anything to go, and saliva can't just drop into your cavity, it'll cause an infection. So I can theoretically, and I do, and we can talk more about this even though we're going way long, and I'm sorry, but
keep it going, baby. We'll hit 4 hours.
Oh my gosh. So I can drink, and I need to drink because my mouth gets so dry. Whatever I put in my mouth, it is instantly in that bag instantly. because it just goes through 6 inches of esophagus and it drops down into the bag. That's an ostomy bag that people usually have for like if the colonoscopy. That's just up here on my chest. So whatever I drink or whatever just goes into that bag.
It is fucking wild.
Yeah.
I've had dinner with this guy so many times. He just has like a jug that's on his lap.
Yeah.
And
I do like to eat still, which is a problem.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that house has zero leftovers. I made biscuits and gravy, pancakes. I was cooking when I was there, and there was nothing left ever. Yeah.
Yeah. Because so here's the thing. Your stomach, you have the hormone in your stomach or whatever that tells you when you're hungry or when you're satisfied. I have nothing now. So I don't know. I'm never satisfied and I'm never hungry. There's just nothing. It's like I think a blind person trying to explain like what they see when they're blind. They're like, there's just nothing. It's not a color. It's just nothing. And so I don't have nothing there, which is a problem.
So how do you get nutrition then? So, because clearly you don't eat for that.
Right, exactly. So I have a J tube. So a J tube is a tube that sticks out of my stomach, and that goes directly into my small intestine. And I hook that up to a machine, a pump, a parasitic pump, basically, and that pumps in all the water and all the nutrients in basically like the protein shake, but medical grade. And as I sleep, that pumps into me over like 12 hours, and it switches between the water and that, and that's how I get my nutrition. And that's also how I get all my medicines and so forth. Or when I need to it's called bolster. Like if I do something that's a little strenuous or I'm about to do something strenuous, that's going to expel, like can't recover like a normal human anymore as far as sweat goes. So instead of you like drinking a glass of water or a Gatorade after you work out, I have to take these big 60 milliliter syringes and just shoot water in me basically to kind of keep it going. And I got to be cognizant of you only can go so fast doing that. And just, so it's just a thing that I'm not used to, or I'm used to it now, but it's something that's a little weird. But that's basically, I eat at night when I'm sleeping is I, have the machines hooked up and do that. And then I go about my day.
Yeah. You had a complication kind of recently.
Yeah. June.
I took you to the hospital.
Yeah. Yeah. So in June, so obviously through all the crap I went through there, it never bore its head the first year. So, it's been over a year at this point of me being out of the hospital and living a life and all that. And I had a issue. I was actually in freaking vacation in San Diego, and the machine stopped pumping, like it was giving an error or something. I'm like, that's weird. And then I noticed like I was in a lot of pain. And what had happened was I got a bowel obstruction, which I guess is very common for people like me now because they did all that trauma in there and you just develop scar tissue. And so your intestines, or if you're moving around your intestines, and I don't have a stomach in there, so your intestines could flop around and they might get kinked, and then I can't eat or drink because I can't get the nutrition into me, And it never happened to me before. And they didn't tell me that going out that you are prone to this now. This is just a way of life. So I didn't know what to do. So I was trying to push it in harder, thinking, I'll just push it through, making it worse and worse. So anyways, I ended up in the emergency room there, and they found out I had a bowel obstruction, and then got home, and I wasn't going to get the surgery in San Diego. I'm like, no, I'll just get me to Boise because I'm there with my family and everything. Like that's not what we want to do here, even though it's very painful and bad for me. So for a whole week, I didn't eat anything or get any nutrition in me. So I dropped a lot of weight that week, and finally got home. They had me on IV in there just to keep through the blood, just to keep me hydrated. But as far as food and stuff, I didn't have any food. Get home. Yeah. Get to the hospital here. They admit me obviously. And then they do the surgery where they went in, luckily it was just laparoscopic. They went in there and I have a ton of scar tissue. The guy said all through my intestines from, the surgeries and stuff. And unfortunately, he can clear all that out, which is good. And there was no big kink because I guess sometimes what happens if there's a big kink, part of your intestines dies, and then they got to cut that out and sew you back together. And that's probably in my future at some point. Like it'll happen. But the ongoing is every time they do any kind of surgery in there, laparoscopic or otherwise, they're inducing now new holes for new scar tissue. So it's just kind of like an endless cycle. So I just got to be now I know what to do next time. Don't pump things through. What you're supposed to do is don't do anything for 2 days. And sometimes things will just relax and open back up.
And no more belly flops.
Yeah, I did a belly flop, which is probably stupid. My kids, we had a pool at the rental, and my kids, egged me on to do a belly flop, and I'm like, all right, I'll do it, and that it hurt. So I don't know if it was related, but
yeah, it's correlation or causation. But,
not sure.
When you can be like, you guys did this to me, that's always good.
So to round out the machining side of it, though, you guys are making rifles now
in our facility there. Yeah, we made a whole bunch of rifles. We lost the deal with QTR. So the big thing to do then was, okay, well, we have weapons. I need to build a marketing and what I said I suck at, and start building that out and try to sell these things. Right. So, and then Michael, we hired another salesperson, hired another couple people, and just try to sell our weapon, and we were trying to do that. And it's hard when you don't have money for a marketing plan. And even though you have the best thing, like how do you get it to catch fire? And then the market started dying down a little bit now in firearms again this past year. So it's like we're in a rock and a hard spot. So a couple months ago, I thinking about this company and thinking about, okay, where's our value, and really come up with a strategy, because we've been just throwing things against the wall and trying to make things stick over the last, since I woke up kind of deal, over the last 10 months, and trying to make sales in a more traditional sense, and not having the expertise or the ability to do so. Learned a lot. I mean, and it was all good stuff, but what we've come to now as a group, and what our business is now, and we have a very good, I think, and very laser focused business model now. And what that business model is like I said, Ernie comes up with these great ideas. He's very good at patenting that technology. And what I'm good at is turning that into a viable R&D, getting it into metal, figuring out the kinks or whatever. And then I've been getting very good at selling the company, what we can do, and making good contacts in the industry and so forth. So our business model is, we're a research and development company. We make tech. Right now it's mostly based on firearms stuff. It doesn't mean we can't. I mean, we could put our minds on anything and make whatever. And we have a very good process of, defending and getting patents and, all that good stuff. And then we take that technology and we shop it to, I build the prototypes, figure out the manufacturing, and then we do it the extra step, which not a lot of people do, is I can go in and say, okay, these are the machines you need to buy if you don't have manufacturing. This is how you can go about it. I think this is what the cost could be if you follow this plan. And if you want, we can do that plan for you with my engineering group here. Or you can just buy the technology, or, license the technology, or, whatever you want to do. So that has been our new aim. And it's been, actually, we only been doing it for 2 months, and I'm sitting on 2 agreements that are about, like, I just needed the lawyer to change like a couple more words. I'm waiting to come back, and we'll sign it, a $2 million deal over 5 years, and another deal. And we don't do a damn thing except for what we're good at. We licensed our IP that we worked on, and I gave them the blueprints and the ongoing support of vetting who manufacturing them for them. So they're outsourcing them or whatever to whoever, but in there, because they wanted to carry our name on there, our brand name on there as a little niche, which is fine. But we needed to, I needed to build in things in the deal of, we got to verify the quality, and you can't switch vendors or suppliers without us approving it first, because if it has our name on it, we need to control it.
And
what's out
marketing
there, so.
Material and stuff.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That.
Right. So that's kind of our business model now. And I think the team that I got that stayed with me through all this crap is very good R&D team. And with my expertise, and again, another thing I learned a lot from dying is I can't have it all in my head. I can't do everything. And I've been fighting myself and delegating a hell of a lot more, and just letting people figure it out. Like when I hire people, I don't tell them necessarily what to do. I, in general, tell them, I need you to handle this thing and figure it out. And what I'm looking for, sometimes it takes a little coaxing, because not everybody came from another shop that would let them make decisions, or they thought they were going to get yelled at if they made the wrong decision. So I'm trying to build the culture around like, if you make a mistake, I'll correct you. I'm going to do it in a nice way, but I want you to make more mistakes. I need more mistakes. I don't need you to be safe. Like, that's not what's going to make us, I don't think that's what makes us good, or what's going to make us good. And that's not the environment I want to have. So that's kind of what I've been trying to focus on. But then going a little bit too much, I think, lately, like where I've been letting people do a little too much. Maybe I need to get a little tighter on that. So
it's a balance.
It's a balance, yeah. I'm
right?
just trying to figure it out.
You just said you got to make mistakes. You got to get dirty and figure it out.
Could you, the one thing one of the concepts you came up with the light fighter that I think is really good, that you haven't really touched on, is your future proof concept.
Oh yeah. Well, thanks. I mean, it's so looking for, again, just trying to think of a way to market our weapon in a way that doesn't cost me anything, except for maybe, future operational costs, or whatever that I think I'm good at controlling. And we know the design, is good and so forth. And then also, because we are the way we are, we're going to make improvements. Like, there's triggers we want to make. There's different gas systems we want to make. And thinking about that platform and we're doing here, I came up with this idea of like, okay, maybe future proof is something. And it came from like Koenigsegg. I think they do it. They're real high end automaker, where if you buy one and they, let's say in a year, come on with a new engine, they put the new engine in. If you request it and pay whatever, like way less, they put that new engine in your car. You get that new thing, whatever it is. And applying that to the ARX Light Fighter, which is our first future-proof weapon. So what that means is basically any upgrades we make to that rifle that we sell with that rifle from here until we stop selling that rifle, you can get if you request it. So we have it set up through the website or whatever. So, I mean, we already made adjustments like the safety selectors were dog shit when we shipped that thing. A lot of people, we got a lot of feedback. People didn't like them. So
fingies.
Yeah. So we changed the design of that and it's on there. Like, so if you want an ARX Light Fighter and you don't have the new safety selectors, just request it. We send you a video and the parts and show you how to do it yourself. Or you can, even at this point, send it in and we'll switch it out for you. And same thing with, we changed out nothing big, but like we changed the design of the pivot and takedown pins. So if you want the newer looking pivot takedown pins, request them. We'll send them to you.
That's super cool.
Yeah. So
I love that kind of forward thinking.
Yeah. And again, it's low cost. I mean, we still got to get it out there and market it. But it has been, when dealers explain it to their customers, they have at least the amount of information I got back so far is like, wow, that's a pretty cool freaking thing. So we just need, we need to lay into it a little bit more. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. We got some ideas on the marketing and sales thing, and hopefully it pans out a bit. But I mean, really, our end goal is, we show that we got these viable products out in the market, and they're people that get them love them. Really, we want to partner with somebody else to take this over, or to really run with it in a big way, like if it be SIG or Palmetto, whatever makes sense, where our gun would make sense into their lineup of what they're offering. That's what the dream would be, right?
Right. Yeah, no, I love that. That's very along the lines of like the pumpkin plan that Chris and I read together of, finding what you do well that puts you in your own category, mm-hmm. and not trying to compete with everybody else, especially, in a downturn. Mm-hmm. So we got some questions from listeners.
Yeah.
One of them, speaking of the downturn, Lights Out Manufacturing asked, how do gun manufacturers plan according to the wild swings that always happen to the demand in the industry?
They don't, is the honest answer. Like, some are better at it than others. It all depends on what you're selling at that moment. I think none of the companies are sophisticated enough or set up in a way that can, I don't know if any company can really handle the up and down swings of the firearms market in a perfect way. So, but it comes down to a few things. One is if you're well managed, and if you have, and then how much money you have in a war chest, and if you want to spend it on just, keeping it going until the next round, or you do the thing where you do the cost cutting, where you get rid of employees and do all those terrible things, or you try to innovate and use your war chest of money to innovate something new that maybe will catch on maybe not during the downturn, but we'll catch up on the upturn and, make the downturn not so terrible. But it's really a mixed bag across the board. That's one of the things I was thinking about prior, because we were looking to build this big manufacturing facility to make all of our guns. And I knew it was very cyclical, and thinking about, okay, how can I do this in a manner that wouldn't I wouldn't have to lay off a whole bunch of people every freaking year or something stupid. That's really what it came down to. And my approach is the automation approach, is more robots. I have highly skilled people that can do a lot of things, but those machine tending robots, you get your money back, I think, pretty quick on the ROI as long as you do it right. And if they're sitting on a downtime, me personally, I don't necessarily think of that as losing money, especially if you can do some R&D and stuff in there. It's kind of how I look at it.
And Lights Out Manufacturing is Rapid Design Solutions. They are.
Oh yeah.
They make the.
Is that Troy?
That's Troy.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
that's Troy.
That's Troy and Graham.
Yeah, Troy and Graham are wonderful. So yeah, I went with them. Obviously, Haas has their own pallet pull systems or whatever, and I bought UMC 500s, but the cost effectiveness and the simpleness of Troy's design and what Graham sells, I love it. I put it on all four, and it ran great. And I wanted, and it's not a yellow robot, but I don't need a yellow robot. I have 45-minute cycle times. The UR is fine. That's another thing in this industry is at least in some of the circles that I run in, it's they want the highest cost, most best thing in the world, and they're buying Yazdas and all this crap. And it's well, you're making a freaking forged lower. You're
preach, brother.
you can maybe get 5 UMCs or something. I don't know. I'm not big on Haas either. Trust me, but they are at a price point that makes sense for your part. Dictates your process, dictates your machine.
Because we had looked at Matsuras, the Matsura horizontals instead, but it was 2 Matsura horizontals or 4 UMC 500s.
Right.
And that's 4 automated UMC 500s.
UMC 5, yeah.
And it's it's a no-brainer for making a lower, because all the quote unquote tight tolerance stuff is reamed holes. So it's it's a tight tolerance hole with a 5 thou true position, which is a Haas will do that all day. And if your Haas isn't doing that, then you're probably doing something wrong.
Yeah, for sure. The thing with houses that I don't like, we ran into with these damn things, especially the way that we had a surface and the way that the tool paths that Chris's group were putting towards it handled chip swarf like shit, man. It sucked. And constantly cleaning out the tanks and overflowing the tanks, and it was just a shit design. So that's definitely a knock against the Haas. And then also they were breaking down on just stupid little things, nothing major. They come right back out. King Machine's great. They come out, they fix it. Haas,
whoa, Gossiger, baby.
Oh, Gossiger now. Yeah, they just got bought out. But they did great, but it's just if I was really running high production, I would be pretty upset, I think, if these machines were breaking as much as they were.
That's why you got to switch to the MX330, baby.
Well, I know, but that's the thing. Okay, the MX330 is...
Now you're going low production, so the Haas makes more sense again.
Right, exactly.
So another question we got from Shane was, what was the biggest machining challenge to manufacture your rifle?
That's a good one. Oh, I think the biggest manufacturing challenge is my mismanagement of the project, to be quite honest. We were going so hard and so fast, and I was more focused on meeting the end goal of getting a product that I could show potential investors, because I knew the money ramp. I'm looking at our cash flow and trying to figure out how what I'm doing is affecting that cash flow, and when we're going to run out of cash, and make sure at that point, before we do that, I have a working prototype, right? And in doing so, I definitely wasn't. And I screwed Chris on this, and everybody I did not go through the designs that David gave me as well as I should have. So the things that we should have caught and that would have saved us a ton of time, especially on the bolt carrier, because you got to send it to outside processes that, you got to wait for them to come back, and which extends your timelines and so forth. I think that was in hindsight, I wish I would have done more pre-planning and really took the time, even though I knew like, you got to get this done. I should have took a week and really, really, really went through that design. Because we were fixing them and iterating on the fly, which was great, but we could have caught a lot. I could have caught a lot. And that was, I think, the biggest problem. We
did some crazy redesigns on the fly. I would say also, like, just piggybacking on that, one of the things that was not quite a machining challenge, but just like I'll say is more of a cautionary tale, because the company that I'm doing work for right now did the exact same fucking thing. There is this inclination to get ahead of your sales on a brand new product and ordering a shitload of parts from outside vendors, like pins and like MIM parts and shit like that, and just dumping literally hundreds of thousands of dollars into product that ends up being completely fucking useless.
Yeah, it wasn't hundreds of thousands. It was definitely tens of thousands. And again, that was my fault.
I guess
I'm like, okay.
I'm lumping the Artemis into that too.
Well, yeah. Okay. Well, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, but yeah, just I didn't have the time. So you take some bets, and some of those bets were good bets. You don't talk about the good bets. You always
always
looking at the bad bets, but yeah, there's definitely mixed bag. And again, it just comes down to more preparation than beginning. Like, again, I was talking about how Lincoln Electric, I was working on freaking bringing in 3 Mories that took, we worked on that for 2 years prior to buying, getting the purchase order, which was insane. But there is something to be said that, do a little prep work. And
there's a little balance there. But we did do a cool, I think one of the coolest iterations we did was the Ambi mag release or Ambi bolt release, where it went from
that
being
problem
like,
was great.
Yeah, that was a fun one where it was just so weird. Like, it was a very simple change, but the mechanism completely relied on a roll pin initially, and it was like unusable. And it was really funny watching like Ernie use it the first time, where he used his like whole hand and then repositioned so it was just his finger, and he's like, no problem. It was great. But I mean, like, it was a simple fix to like moving it away from the roll pin to
and a tighter tolerance, Swiss
and
pin.
and like a designed interference, so that when you would push it, wanted to release, so you could use it with one finger truly. And that was like a quick get together after we had it all together. A little redesign. Jason EDM'd some parts and then reassembled it, and boom, that was done. And I was like,
that was a good win. We needed a good win. That was a good win.
Yeah, that was a huge win. Yeah. It was that was cool.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Tuck's Garage was asking, because I think on your Instagram you showed wiring the magwells. And he asked, how fast can you move a wire through aluminum, and would a broach be a better option?
Yeah, so my wire...
Or I guess, why are you using wire?
Yeah, we're using wire because I could use it for other things I needed to make for prototyping or whatever. A lot of shops use it. I think if you're hitting... I would say if you're around, let's say, more than 300 lowers you need to get done a month, you should go to a broach. They make a broach. Ohio Broach makes one. Another company does. And you can get the actual whole broach kit, everything for roughly $200,000. And I mean, if you buy a new CX or a new RoboCut, I think they're like 160. Depending on if you get the C600 or 400 or whatever. But if it's just for that, get the broach. If you need the ability to do other things or want to do other things, then obviously get the wire. But our wire is old as shit. It's a piece of shit, and I need to replace it. But on that wire, we get our magwell done one every 38 minutes, I believe, or maybe 48. I don't know off the top of my head. I can look at the time study sheet that I keep, but that's about where we're at there. I think on a newer machine with newer technology, you could probably do our magwell in 25 minutes or so on a wire, I would imagine.
Okay. Very cool.
And the how fast can you move a wire through aluminum is like a crazy loaded question.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it like really depends on the thickness.
The
speed is super related to the thickness of your workpiece.
Another thing too is another thing in the industry that people do is like they try to make the fastest thing in that one thing that they're focusing on, but it doesn't mean that's the best thing for what you're doing, especially in my world where I'm building my own part, right? So if it takes a lower 40 minutes per op to come off the two UMCs, and then it takes 40 minutes to go through the wire, then that means I'm net getting one lower done every 40 minutes. It doesn't matter if the wire goes 20 minutes. I'm still only getting a lower every 40 minutes. And that's a different way of thinking. And you don't get to do that, I think, when you're doing job shop work, but I get to do that,
That's tack time.
Yeah, right.
That's exactly. A tack time thinking.
Right. I mean, you can apply it if you know the family of parts you're working on, a part basket or whatever, but usually in a job shop, it doesn't get applied to
because we had floated the idea of a 3 RoboDrill, 1 EDM cell. Remember?
Yeah.
Where and just balancing each op to 20 minutes.
Yep.
And so every 20 minutes you'd get a lower off.
I still think that's the best way to do it.
That would be fun. That'd be a fun project.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that brings me to shop news and new things. What's going on in your shop? What is new in your world?
We're just, in the shop, we're just working on new things. So Ernie came up with this really cool optic mount design that we have people are interested in us doing it. So it seems to be a one to jump on and it's simple enough to kind of work out a prototype on. So my guys are working on some of the parts for there. And then just working on rounding out a funding round as far as I want to bring in, I want to replace that wire. I want to get a proper CMM in my shop so I don't have to send it out, and looking to get a UMC 500 in there to do some other stuff. So yeah, just kind of working on that kind of to round out our ability to rapidly prototype our new designs is what I'm coming up with right now.
Awesome. Well, that brings me on to the last two questions I ask every guest every week. First of which is, what did you research this week? Doesn't have to be machining related. It's just been what's been popping up in your browser.
So I gave it to Chris. So I'm really into video games and really video game hardware, more so probably than video games at this point. So I collect the systems and stuff, and I don't look for them in perfect boxes. I used to do that, but not anymore. I just I don't know. I always had a thing for how the Famicom looked, or the Genesis, or the Mega Drive, or the 32X, and the old Sega CD with the Genesis on it with the 32X in it. And I like all that stuff. And I also like to screw around with Raspberry Pis and things of that nature. So I listened to one of my podcasts. They were talking, it's called The Besties. They talk about video games. And one of the hosts was Griffin McElroy was talking about MiU Mini Plus. It's like a little Game Boy looking thing, and I put the link in our sheet. Anyways, bought it on Amazon. It's like $80, and it's a little nice screen, super nice feel, updated, I guess, Nintendo Game Boy, that you can throw ROMs and emulators on there and so forth. So I bought that, but then I was reading the OS that it comes with is shit. So, and then everybody seems to like this Onion OS. So I linked to another video that you can put in there too, a YouTube video of this guy. What was his name? I forget his name. I think I put it in.
Joey's Handheld.
Yeah, Joey's Handheld. His channel. And he goes through in detail, good enough detail that, basically I'm just following a tutorial, but basically how to put the Onion OS on this thing and make it run Onion OS, which is very nice. And then I put some emulators on there. So then when Chris was here, and I felt bad for the poor boy, so I gave him mine that I just built. Yeah. After I build it and I see that it works, I'm kind of okay, I'm done. Yeah, I don't really play the games too much. Right?
I was just grinding Pokemon Red for hours. Yeah. His wife's friend, because we were eating dinner. I'd just cooked everybody dinner, and I was just playing it, and she's like, "What are you, 12?" And it's dude, I just made you biscuits and gravy from scratch. Relax.
Yeah, I'm a freaking stud.
Yeah.
Well, what he did say is, my mom just died. I'm
I just started crying, and I pulled pulled that card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
this is what she would have wanted.
Right,
dude.
exactly. So I've been diving into that. I bought another one because I gave Chris one, and I'm actually thinking I'm going to build this one the same way as that one. And I think I'm going to start giving them away to people, like, I don't know, whenever their mom dies or something.
Yeah. It's a good present to grieve with. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is solid.
Yeah. So anyways, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it runs great. It runs old stuff all the way up to, runs all the way up to PS1, but then it gets kind of janky because you don't have the controller right anymore, but
yeah.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, the last question I ask every guest every week is, what are the things you're working on to be a better person, leader, employer, what have you? None of us are perfect. We're all working on stuff. What's yours?
I think I alluded to it. I've been just making sure that I'm being the best boss and getting the best I can out of the people without ruining their lives, I guess is what I do. I try to do, and I'm trying to set up, and I'm doing experiments, and it's been successful, I think, so far, where, a lot of people in this industry are, and, to an extent, I am too, definitely see it. It's like, I can't find good people. You know how you find good people? You fucking pay them. Like, pay them some money.
Yeah, you pay them well and you treat them well.
Yeah.
And, what do you know? They want to work with you.
Exactly. It's
crazy.
It's crazy. So, I mean, it's, maybe hard to, so, I mean, I got a good group, and just figuring out, what makes it to where they can perform for me. And then when I do need to ask for that couple months of craziness, like, which I might just start having to do, that they can step up to the plate and do that and feel good about doing that. And I feel good about asking for it, knowing that, we're going to go back to normal, and, normal is something that's good and not bad for their life. So some of the things I do in my shop, no one has a start or end time. There's no clocking in or clocking out. I mean, there's clocking in, clocking out, just so I can track hours because I have to pay people, but I don't care when you come in and leave. And so far that's been fine, because, I just hate the thing, it's 7:01, time to write you up because you were supposed to be here at 7, or that bull crap, or you need to leave a little early, or you left 5 minutes early. I don't care. Do that. I also, do the, try to do, I wish I did it more, bring them out to lunch or buy them lunch, or, just do those things and just try to be appreciative. And then also stay out of their freaking way. Like, I don't need to tell Chuck. At some point I thought I was going to be, and I wanted to be, a shop where I had direct control of all the tooling in the shop, and you can only use the tooling that I, spec'd out, because I knew I was doing all the programming, and I knew, like, I wanted it to run this way, and I knew if I switch it to this, whatever, which is fine. But you lose something there that I want to keep in an R&D facility, which is try new things. And so I want the reps to come in. I want my guys to engage with those reps. I don't want it to be a walled garden, and I want them to try different things. Like, and, I don't, my goal, and I'm getting there, is I don't want to be in the shop running machines anymore. I don't want to be programming. And that's the last thing I'm doing. I'm actually programming the NTMX still, but I'm trying to get my guys up to speed on that. And then I can finally drop that off my plate. But I don't need to be in my shop all day, doing things. I got the good guys, they're doing their thing. They got, if there's things that need to be tweaked or done, I mean, I'll speak up and say, I don't like that way or whatever, but it's very in general terms. I mean, Chris has worked with me. I think you see how it goes, but yeah, that's what and then just the balance between that. I just constantly working on that and trying to be better at that.
Awesome. I think I really appreciate someone who is willing to recognize those things. I think that, like you said, there's a lot of people in this industry that are bemoaning the fact that they can't find good people. And then you look at their job listings and you're like, oh, you're paying $5 under market average. And from what I've heard, you treat people like shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, what do you expect?
Yeah.
So it's awesome that's what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm trying. I mean, my big push next year will, after I land a couple more of these deals, or as the company lands a couple more of the deals, is I don't have any benefits really for my group, and I really need to bring in, obviously selfishly it benefits me too, but bringing in, medical plan and really taking care of them that way. Like, so really I pay them a fair, good wage, I think, and that's been good. And I try to give them all the days off I can and all that good stuff. But yeah, definitely bolstering the HR package next year is another big thing I'm looking at.
That's awesome. That's really great. Well, thank you both, Chris, thank you for
4 hours
introducing
and 10 minutes,
both of us.
boys. I think I did it.
we are by far the longest recording we've done.
Maybe it has to be
We'll see if I
two-parter.
edit it down for the general release. But
is there anything else we can add to this? Like just keep it running.
Well, we'd even talk about my food addiction. We can come back and talk about that and how that.
Dude,
all right, we'll have to do part 2 then. Yeah. I really appreciate you both taking the time. Fantastic to talk to you, Chris, for the first time in a little while, and to meet you and talk to you, Jason.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dylan. I really love your show. I love what you're doing for our community. I mean, really, I think it's good stuff. So I'm glad. I've been telling Chris. The last one I listened to when you two were together, that's when I texted you both. I'm like, come on, get me on. Let me in.
Oh, yeah.
He listened to episode 200 and he's like, this is magic.
Yeah, 200 was great. Yeah, 200 was
Thanks
great.
so much.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. Well, thank you. Thanks to everyone listening. Thanks to the new Patreon members, Delon. Thank you all for listening, and I will be back next week.